All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's been yet another blitzful week. My goodness, where has it gone? Man, it seems like yesterday we were here last week. Anyways, so we've got the Icey cookie to give to BCF Parts. We got Railfan K. We got Bright Bunny Echo Gaming, Railfan Productions. We've got Chuck. We've got Birthday Buick. We got Warwolf. Welcome all of you who are going to be lurking, for those who are going to be watching us on the replay. I hope you guys had a wonderful week, and all of you who are observing Good Friday as well. It is Easter weekend with Good Friday starting today, and hopefully everyone is having a joyous time with loved ones, with friends, family. And thank you guys so much for the Icey family coming today on Good Friday. So again, I appreciate all you guys' support. It's been a heck of a journey, to say the least. So welcome everyone. So you say you went to a flea market and found an Air Force HO locomotive from Warwolf. Very nice, very nice. You got a passenger car kit from Atherin. Easy to assemble, works perfectly. That's all that matters, as long as you're happy with it. You excited for this? Can't wait for the pre-orders this weekend. Oh my goodness, we'll get to it. Yeah, so BLI, this is becoming the year of BLI. It is becoming very clear that BLI is leading the pack against all other manufacturers right now. They are just dropping bombs left and right. It is kind of amazing what is going on in model railroading. Ammo Point, welcome. I know I've seen you around, lurking around in other channels, so welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Yep, 10 viewers, pretty awesome. Again, appreciate all you guys' support to all the lurkers out there. Welcome. So, it is a challenger has arrived. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So, because of the announcements, it's like, you know what? We've got to run the challenger. A lot of cool things coming out from BLI. So let's go ahead and get this rolling. I've been watching a lot of BLI videos lately, or not BLI. Been watching a lot of Challenger videos lately, and I kind of got inspired. So you know what? Let's do an excursion train. So we've got our Atherin Genesis 3707 Challenger with our scale trains tenders, running a UP box car there along with our Riverossi coaches. I think these particular coaches may be a first time on the stream, and maybe the first time on the channel, because I had to do a lot of some maintenance on them. So this particular set may be the first. So we're going to have this excursion train going around our layout today in celebration of the HO Challenger and Union Pacific Challengers in general. So yeah, with that, guys, we should take a couple field trips because it's going to be a doozy. We're in for a really interesting time when it comes to the news here. So let's go ahead and let's take a little field trip here as the Challenger goes around. As you can see, I've been really busy this afternoon with videos. We'll get into all of these here in a second. But we've got to start off with this Conductors Club announcement. And oh boy, did they drop some bombs on this one. Definitely not what I was expecting. But wow. Okay, where do we even begin? Okay, so the exclusive engines from BLI's Conductors Club was the Challenger for HO scale and then the big boy for N scale. This has been all the news this whole week. If you guys haven't known, this VIP club is $30 a year, and with the price tag of all these locomotives, it 100% makes it worth it. I just hope they keep it at that price. My concern is they're going to eventually raise it, but it's going to be interesting to see no less. So with these Challenger locomotives, they've announced it at $350. Keep in mind, if you tag on the price of the membership and tag on the price of shipping and all that, maybe $400. But still, it's not bad. It's actually pretty darn good. So let's take a look at the offerings here. So we've got the 3985 Excursion with the Paragon 4 sound for $350. We've got it in Stealth or DCC ready. And we've also got the 3977 Greyhound scheme with those elephant ears in Paragon 4 and DCC ready as well. I've been in need of some challengers. I know I got 3707, but I've been really wanting this Greyhound scheme. I've been in the market for the Greyhound scheme for a while now. I've been kind of patient on it. Railfanning K can tell you that, I've been talking about it being in the need for the Greyhound for several different reasons. One, I've got, the Greyhound scheme coaches. I've got the California Zephyr I can run with it. And I'm just a big fan of those elephant ears. It just looks complete to me. And needless to say, yeah, we've got this puppy on pre-order. As soon as that price came out, as a consumer, it is by far the deal of, I would even probably say, the century, because it is just that good of a price tag. You can't deny it. It is really freaking good. So good, in fact, that I've also pre-ordered the 3985, and that'll complete my trio of challengers. I'm not gonna buy any more challengers after this, but I'm just in the market for challengers, and this was like the perfect opportunity to do this. One thing to keep in mind is that the pre-order price is $100, so you got to do $100 plus the shipping. So just keep that in mind, that there's going to be an upfront cost that you'll have to associate with this, and then you'll pay the rest of the price. I think it's later this year. I think in Christmas time is when they're scheduled to get these released. But I am stupidly excited for this. So I did a whole video on this where we dove into that price tag. So that price tag is really interesting because the number one thing that I ask in my video is, is BLI even making a profit? And did BLI really show their hand into potentially how cheap these are actually being manufactured? I doubt that they're cheap, but the fact that they've taken such a steep discount, it just makes me wonder that cost to manufacture these particular locomotives. And then one of my good friends at the club, they were talking about, well, because they've got the tooling from the last run, that's why they can afford this price, which is a good, debate and conversation to have. So that could be one of the reasons. So I don't know. It's very interesting, that price point. And then for the N scale, they came out with 4014 with the big boy details on the boiler nose itself, which is pretty cool. But then probably the big one that is coming out is the 4019 in N scale. We haven't seen a run like this in a couple years since Athearn Genesis came out with their run. But now that we're starting to see it again in N scale, 4300 is actually freaking amazing, to say the least. So definitely, if you're a big Union Pacific fan in N scale, I get one of these because I really it's a really good deal for a big boy. And then one thing that I completely forgot to mention in my video was that you get this Rolling Thunder sound box thing. And I think that is another $70 retail value item that you're going to get with these locomotives. So all in all, it is a fantastic deal. Big props to BLI for keeping this exclusive on the cheaper side, because typically when we see exclusive like this, it's going to be more high-end, expensive. That was my big concern. But the fact that they've undercut it so much is quite interesting. So, yeah, that's definitely a huge bargain. Again, if you're a big fan of UP, then it was definitely worth it. But if you're a fan of, like, the Eastern Railroads, well, you know, that $30, hopefully you can recoup it from the outlet store. Because, yeah, not gonna the engine may not be for you. But yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting where we're gonna go from here when it comes to these exclusives. But definitely a big announcement from BLI. And then again, a couple hours ago, we've got the Broadway flyer from March 2024, and they dropped a whole bunch of information that we kind of got to comb through because there's a lot of good news, but there's also a ton of bad news in here that is unfortunate because a lot of people have been wanting these particular types of items. But apparently, tooling is becoming the big issue for BLI, which surprised me because, they can afford the 350 Challenger. But we'll dive into this. So, new product announcements. So, we've already kind of beat this dead horse with the stick several times. Yeah, we got these Challengers. Yeah, still debating on getting a Challenger. If you can, you're not going to get a better deal than this. It's a big one. It's a very good deal. And the thing about it is that I was doing all the numbers, and it's almost buy one, get one free. Almost. I mean, with the Rolling Thunder sound box in there, it is pretty darn close to a buy one, get one. That's why I went and pre-ordered $39.85 as well, because the price that you're getting these engines for is pretty darn good. And it's like, I'll be done. I've got my Challengers. I technically have 4 Challengers because I got the Rio Grande one in River Hossie that I'm kind of on the side. But it's actually a great deal. It is the best deal of the century, I think. Can I change your mind from building a swamp railroad because you decided to make a mountain railroad instead? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I agree on point. You cannot deny it is a really good deal. I had my concerns when they announced this VIP, and I'm still kind of cautious and to see where the future holds for this. And that's why with the video, I called it the slippery slope when they first announced this from Amherst, because I'm curious, what is the market going to do? What is Scale Train's going to do? What is Athearn going to do? Because this is a heavy hitter in the market share, to say the least. They're coming out swinging. And so it's like, if you're these other companies, especially Scale Trains, because remember, Scale Trains has the Challenger tooling from MTH, what's that going to do for them? The fact that they're able to come out at this price point, it's going to be tough for Scale Trains to compete against this. Because not only do they have to, get the tooling for their standards and get their Loc Sound decoders in them, now you have to worry about BLI swinging cheaper into the market share price with their Challengers. So it's going to be interesting. So you would like a Challenger, but you also want the Blue Goose. Can't get both. I understand that. Yep, absolutely. All right, so we talked this to death. Again, beautiful, stunning models. So this is where crap hits the fan when it comes to BLI. So if you're an N scaler, here's some good stuff for you. And I'm debating on doing a video on this, but probably not yet. But for N scale, you guys are feasting from this announcement. We got the Santa Fe 3151 Northerners coming out. We got the Union Pacific Northerners coming out. Look at this for N scale. This Southern Pacific cab forward AC4 and AC5s, which is awesome. You got the Broadway Sharknose or Baldwin Sharknose coming out. And look at this. Finally, you N scalers out there finally get the GP30. So those are finally coming out for you guys. Because I know I think Mystic is going to be happy about that announcement that they're finally coming out in N scale. We've also got the GP35s. We've got the CNO T1s, the PRRJ1s, and the PRR H10. If you're a Pennsylvania Railroad fan, you're also feasting as well because you got a lot of things coming to you, whether in N scale or HO. And now this is where I did a good chunk of my videos. So for HO scale, we've got the C&W Yellow Jacket, which we'll talk about here in a minute. We've got the ATSF 2900 class Northerners coming out. We got ATSF Hudson's coming out. And look at this. ATSF, the 210-10-2 is coming out in HO scale. Holy crap. I did a video on that one. Hello, Randall. How are you, good sir? We were kind of drooling over BLI announcements. They came out with a lot a few hours ago. So their March newsletter just came out, so we're kind of going over the highlights. N scalers are definitely having a feast. HO as well. But yes, The ATSF 21010-2 is coming out. If you think the big boy's big, oh, we'll go into the 21010-2 in a second. The next cousin of the T1, we got the PRR-S1, which I made a video on that. We've got the Union Pacific Bullnose, which is basically, I think it's a 2442 configuration. It was a steam locomotive that came out before the 9000 series back in the 30s and 40s. I was debating doing a video on this, but kind of held off. But I can't wait to see more pictures of the bull moose, I should say. And then we've got the Union Pacific business cars. We'll get into that as well. There's so much to, especially in the QA, there's so much to go over. So much. So here's the N-scale 3751 renderings. And then look at this. Oh, this looks gorgeous. The streamlined locomotives, the rare locomotives that you can either get in brass and they cost an arm and a leg, or if you're lucky enough to find an old Rossi from the 90s. But now BLI is diving into these streamliners. We saw the S1 just recently, and now we're getting the Yellow Jacket, which is gorgeous. I did do a video on this on what it looked like. So let me grab. So this is basically what it looks like right here, all colored and everything. But it is a gorgeous locomotive. I've got CNW cars just waiting for this engine, so this is definitely something I'm going to pick up because I love that streamlined look. One thing to note is that it's going to be a brass hybrid, which is going to raise the price. So yeah, it's gonna be a wallet pincher for sure. But just looking at these renderings here, it looks gorgeous. So I'm excited for this Yellow Jacket coming out. But I think we're still at least a year away from this being released. But yeah, it looks gorgeous. Okay, so we got some announcements on some moving parts from BLI from those in the past. So the big boys are in transit, coming out in April. The Shark Noses that was supposed to come out in May or March is now pushed back to May. And I think we'll get those at the end of April. Yeah, it's supposed to come out in March. It's been pushed back to April, but I think we'll get those out soon. So I'm excited for those to come in. F3s and F7s are pushed to April. They're in production now, so we probably won't see those till May. ES44s. We've got those die-cast SD70 Aces that are coming in June. And a lot of PRR coaches and locomotives coming out in the summer. The next round of 35s, summer as well. PRR coaches. Some more ATSF locomotives. The Challenger in N scales coming out in fall. And then our 4-truck Shay is being pushed to winter. And that one, the tooling is in process. So we're probably not going to see this till probably April of next year. That's my guess with the 4-truck Shay. It's been pushed back that far. So, yeah, kind of interesting. So the Q&A has a ton of information as well that we'll kind of go through here. And this is where we get a lot of bad news as well. So we'll kind of go into that. Here's one here. We've got the 284 Berkshire type locomotives for nickel plate, Perry Marquette, and Chessie in Ohio. And they said, yes, it's absolutely on their radar and in the early stages of design. So if you're a fan of these locomotives with these particular road schemes, they are coming out as well, which is awesome. Let's see here. So they've got some other still future HO steam locomotive releases like CB&Q, CNW, and Illinois Central on your radar. And I remember seeing this on Facebook. I think this particular person was asking for those streamlined locomotives, and yeah, blew us away. Besides the CNW Yellow Jacket, we have several CB&Q and Icey locomotives on our radar. No timetable for an announcement just yet, as we first need to get as much reference material as possible. That's cool. They're probably going to dive into more of those unique oddball streamliner steam engines. That's going to be amazing to see. Like, not only is BLI becoming my favorite and becoming basically Lionel of HO scale, they're slowly becoming River Rossi as well, which is awesome. It's so nice to see. So nice to see. Okay, so here's a big one when it comes to the UP business cars. So still waiting on any information updates on the UP business cars and when we see pre-production sample. Also, what will be the first OCS business team or train cars? The head-end power car and others would be a great start, as well as a few dome lounges or dome coach versions. You guys have just got to do them. Thanks in advance. And I 100% agree with this because the most requested, I would say, like excursion car is that power car. If you've seen on some of the big boys in the 844, there's this one particular coach that has like a dome on top, but it's not necessarily a dome. It's actually the power car for the rest of the train. And that has been requested time and time again. People are 3D printing these things because it's such in high demand. And so, as you can see here, this person is requesting those very unique cars for the excursion trains, which makes sense. As we mentioned above, the design for the cars are finished. However, the tooling costs, as high as they are, we cannot offer all 5 cars at once. So to help spread these costs, we are going to release 1 or 2 cars at the same time. Besides assisting in spreading out the tooling costs, it also allows us to keep the price at the cars at a more manageable cost for customers. As for what would be the first business train cars, you will hear that announcement of those very soon. Assuming that these cars sell well, we will then look at the other cars such as the HEP cars, tool cars, and other types of business cars. I hope they do the power car first. Like, that is by far the most requests I've seen on forums, on Facebook pages. It's my number one that I want to get to because I want to add it to the 3985 train that got going around circles here. It's such a unique car that no one has really dived into actually manufacture and mass produce it. So I'm hoping they listen and get the power car out because it's by far what we want. So we'll see. Okay, let's see here. So again, this is another question about the Union Pacific excursion train sets. Again, we aren't making any excursion train sets, but we are considering offering 5 different business cars as a 5-car set. If we're going to make more UP passenger cars, they would be ones that fit into an excursion consist. So again, that's on their radar. We'll see what happens. Okay, so here's a really good question here. Would all ever consider producing the GM Aerotrain, the Burlington Zephyr, or the New Haven Comet in HO? Also, would BLI ever consider doing the Reading Crusader and passenger cars? These could be brass hybrid, both locomotives, or passenger sets. We haven't considered it in the past, but would be open to it in the future. Doing a full train set, such as the Daylight or California Zephyr cars, are unfortunately not in play for us as tooling costs are simply too high for us to make those cars. We'd be more willing to do a locomotive before a full train set of locomotive and cars. What a crap show that is. Like, I have so many thoughts about that, but I understand the tooling is an issue. But just give us the number. I'm a little bit disappointed because a lot of people wanted another run of the California Zephyr cars and the Daylight cars, especially when you had the GS4s comes out. But I'm a bit disappointed that we're not going to see those cars again because that announcement is going to confirm that these cars on the secondary market are just going to skyrocket now. I mean, they're already 100 to 150 per car nowadays. And the fact that they basically came out and said that they're not going to release these, and the fact it's going to be the tooling costs are going to be too high. I wish we can see the numbers on that, but I'm just a silly old customer. I can't really, don't have the magic wand to reveal that. But that is bad. If I was Rapido right now, I would be heavily focusing on getting these 2 cars out, considering that there's so many offerings for the Zephyr, for the Daylight locomotive power now. That's something I would 100% focus on, and especially for scale trains, because again, scale trains got the tooling for at least the Daylight cars. They don't have the Zephyr cars, but they got the Daylight coaches from MTH. That's something that scale trains should be focusing on. Oh yeah, in the secondary market for a California Zephyr car or the Daylight like articulating cars, they're going up in price. And now with this announcement, the fact that they are unwilling to make these cars again, they're going to skyrocket. which is unfortunate. Like, my last California Zephyr car to complete my California Zephyr train, that one was expensive. That one I paid like 130 for. But that was a new car. It wasn't used, but I can guarantee you that even used cars are going to go up for that price as well. It's just unfortunate. So yeah, if I was scale trains, if I were Rapido, I would definitely start focusing on trying to get these coaches out. So tried to look for an HO scale rail truck for those ones that run on narrow gauge railroads, but I couldn't find one. They're tough to find, yeah. You're talking about, what was it, HON3? Something like that. So yeah, that's a big one there. And then there's another one here that I need to find. There was a question about the cab forward. I think I probably missed. No. So they just announced it in their newsletter, and they said that it's up and coming. So we don't have a timeline yet to announce these, as we are just collaborating with the railroad's respective historical society to ensure these projects are accurate to their prototype. So they've announced it, and now they're working on the developmental phase of the S1 and all of these other ones that we've mentioned today. So I'm going to see if I can find... There was some announcements on the cab forward. And I need to see if I can find it. There's some Atherin CF7 floating around on eBay, and they're asking for $600 for it. My goodness. Wow. Yeah, this announcement, unfortunately, has skyrocketed the price for Daylight and California Zephyr cars, which I'm glad I've got these coaches when I did, because, dang, it's going to be crazy. Now you need to start saving for an S1, but we'll go fast when it comes out. Yep. And that's why I like doing these news. I am obsessed with news releases like this, because then we can talk about it. We can get you guys the word out. And, you know, just like you said, at one point, you start saving for it, too, which is a big thing. And knowing is half the battle when it comes to all of this. Okay, so here, I think this is where we see the cab forward news. So are there any plans in works for new cab forwards or a new run of Santa Fe Northerns? Also hoping for more PRRK4s. Thanks in advance. We are working on the Santa Fe 3151 and N scale, and the HO scale we are working on Santa Fe 2900 class. The 3751 class is further along in development than the 2900s at the moment. As for the cab forwards, as we mentioned above, the AC4 and AC5 cab forwards are being designed in N scale. Awesome. Love that. As for HO scale, no plans are in design at this point in time, but we do have the AC11 and AC12 listed as a model we want to make. Which makes no sense to me, because you guys, I think, have the tooling when you came out with Paragon 3s. Let's get them to Paragon 4s, because I know this is another popular engine that people want in Paragon 4s. So unfortunately, that means that, you know, all the Paragon 3 cab forwards are going to raise in price, because we don't have... Now, we have confirmation that I'm not going to make any at this time. Which, again, I'm going to flood them when the VIP thing comes out, because I want a cab forward with Paragon 4. That doesn't make sense to me either. So, again, very interesting decision, but we'll see. We'll see. You're thinking about finding an unpainted locomotive that you can paint the Austin, Texas Zyklers and Eagle train. Interesting. Let me check something here real quick. Yeah, one trip this week. You would have one today if the stupid wind wasn't blowing so hard and knocking your phone signal out. Oh, no. Sorry to hear that, Randall. All right, I'm going to check something really quick. Yeah, it's a shame that we're not getting any cab forwards, but considering that we're getting all sorts of other engines in the future, I can compromise, especially the AC12 that's coming online that they're going to be planning to make. It's a healthy sacrifice for me, but I still would like to see a cab forward in Paragon 4, which means that I'm probably going to have to take my MTH cab forward and do an overhaul on it, considering that that's probably going to be the one I'm going to have to rely on to get running again. Oh, yeah, that kind of sucked that that those coaches weren't going to be released, or they have no plans to make again. But you know, what can you do? What can you do? Let's see. I think those were the big ones from this announcement. So here's kind of a gee whiz one. So how well are the Stealth Series models selling? Stealth models are selling below what we had hoped when we announced it. If we saw higher, more consistent orders for Stealth come in, we would be willing to offer road numbers and expand the number of Stealth models in production. We are still committed to offering Stealth models. However, until we see more orders come in, we cannot commit to expand the Stealth offerings. And that's, you know, I think every company is kind of saying that. I believe Atherin kind of hinted that the DCC-ready locomotives are not doing well. So, yeah, I think that's all hobby-wide, which is interesting, but doesn't surprise me. And I'm guilty of this as well. I want the, I want the shiny, out-of-the-box, ready-to-run locomotives. Even if it's Loc Sound, I still kind of prefer it in that. And I want to take all of my, like, Blue Namis that I want to take and put them into my older locomotives. Let's see. Just a product of where you live. Having a house at the bottom of the valley, the nearest tower being 8 miles away really hurts the signal. Yeah, I get that. I just can't believe Francisco Key Bridge. Yep. Also, I bought something that's going to be used for your 4th of July train this year. Nice. Very nice, Railfanning MK. Yeah, what happened in Baltimore is really, really sad. It is what it is. It is what it is, unfortunately. Let's see. So, yeah, this is definitely... I think this is hobby-wide. Just people want their, locomotives to be good to go. And I understand that, companies can't cater to everyone because, they just won't be in business. And like I said, I'm 100% guilty of not going after Stealth. Especially when it comes to BLI, I am really satisfied with the Paragon 4 decoders. They're definitely one of the best. Probably the second or third best behind Tsunami 2s and Bunamis. And normally I would think about getting scale trains in DCC ready, but I also don't want to convert the entire motherboard to get my decoders going. So I was like, screw it, I'll just go with Loc Sound and go from there. So yeah, very, very interesting kind of news that we got here. I'm trying to think, is there anything else in the Q&A that we can dissect? So yeah, so definitely some great news. Like I said, for you N-scalers, you guys are feasting with the GP30 announcement. You guys are getting those cab forwards in N-scale, which is pretty cool. In HO scale, again, insane that we're getting these three in particular. So again, we got the Chicago Northwestern Yellow Jacket. I did a video on the S1. So here's the S1 right here, kind of a streamlined one. Again, this locomotive is a 6446 configuration. And one thing I'll say about this configuration, and I kind of stated this in my Icey Rail news video, that you really got to have good track work, because my T1 that I have and other T1s that I've seen out there in the market, they are very rigid and even more unforgiving than the GS4's wheel configuration. So it'll be interesting to see how, because it is such a stringent wheel configuration that it doesn't articulate, if BLI is going to have some new tricks up the sleeve to see if it can handle and negotiate turns. So if you don't have a good turn radius, if you don't have good switch turnouts, I would be very cautious of getting one of these locomotives. But again, if you're a massive PRR fan, again, don't listen to me. It is a gorgeous locomotive. Don't get me wrong. It's just I'm questioning the functionality of the S1's configuration, because it's basically a glorified T1 in my opinion. That's probably going to be a hot take for you PRR fans out there, so sorry. But it's still, nevertheless, the fact that we're getting these in HO scale is pretty darn cool. So even as a shelf queen, I think it still be worth the money, nevertheless, because it is a gorgeous locomotive. Another one that's going to break my bank in particular is this locomotive. So this is the freaking 210-10-2 beast of an engine. We talked about the history on this video for a little bit. But normally you see these type of locomotives in Lionel scale and O scale. And the fact that now we're getting these in HO scale is insane. I am definitely going to grab me one of these. This is not going to be cheap. This is probably, like I said in the video, this is probably going to be the first, and I think it's coming out in brass hybrid on top of that. Yeah, it's going to be a 2 10 in brass hybrid. Like, I guarantee you this is probably going to be the first, like, legit $1,000 locomotive we see in modern day. That's probably what we're going to be staring at with that locomotive. But my plan is I really just want to take all of the decaling off, and I'm going to convert it into Mopac. I think that would be an awesome addition for my lore. But we'll see. We'll see how, if it's anything past 1,000, like if we get into the 1,500 mark with the engine, I'm probably going to say no, because that's insane to me. But yeah, this is going to be expensive. Like, the more I think about it, it's probably going to be around 1,500, because if you think about it, the what was it? The 210-4 Texan Pacific locomotive is already $800. And this is a double chassis frame. So, yeah, this is probably actually going to be a $1,500 model. No, that's going to suck. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm excited that's coming out on HO scale nevertheless. So, yeah. Really, really banging news from BLI. They're killing it. They're killing it this year with their announcements. So that took only about 36 minutes to get through all of the BLI news. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. And then we go to Athearn. So Athearn spammed all the videos today. They got the SD70, they got some F units, and they got some Dash 9 diesels, some caboose, some trucks, some freight cars that I just don't care. Sorry. We'll look at these locomotives. There are a few. It's like one locomotive I'm interested in. So we got the Dash 944 here. This is the Arizona and California. Again, meh. It's a diesel. For the F units, for those of you who love Great Northerns and, you know, build the Empire Builder, then definitely this will be an announcement for you. We got the Great Northern F unit diesels here. We've got the Colorado and Southern, the Burlington diesels here. And then we got the Denver Rio Grande and Western. But again, I already have Denver and Rio Grande. So, as a matter of fact, I think I have this exact diesels. I think this is their second run. But that'll look nice if you have a California Zephyr as well. So, again, those are the F units. And then we go into the SD70s. They're coming out with several in Union Pacific scheme. And then we got these Prime for Grime UP diesels here. We've got this Progress Rail Services Corp. We got this RJ Coleman, which this is the first time I've ever heard of this, so I've been living under a rock. I have no idea this was a thing. Apparently, it was really requested. So, the more you know. Never heard of it before. Indiana Railroad. And then this one has my attention. So, this is the SD70 in the Western Pacific California Zephyr scheme. This one I may pick up. This one, I'm kind of on the fence right now because I think this will look really nice as a helper unit to the GS4 that I have. And so I'm probably going to pick this one up. But again, it depends on when this comes out. But I think that paint scheme looks pretty nice for that locomotive. We've got the Arizona, California, and then the BNSF War Bonnet. And that's all the offerings from Athearn. So, yeah, and I think that is all the news. Kind of crazy to think about with just how much is coming out from BLI. Scale Trains, I haven't heard too. Scale Trains got a few, like, I think they got the coil cars that are coming out. But that's pretty much it. Scale Trains hasn't announced much. I believe we will getting more Scale Trains news once Rocky Mountain Train Show comes, which I think is next weekend. Yeah, I do like it as well. I like that scheme. Yeah, it's a nice game. I think it's one I think I'm gonna, if the price is right, like if it stays within, I don't think there's a price tag on these just yet. They're gonna come with Tsunami 2s, which again are nice. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Because the way I imagine it is that it's going to be a helper unit for the California Zephyr train. Especially if I get like a Greyhound Scheme Big Boy or... But I'm seeing it more as a helper unit for the GS4. So they got the second run of the Trinity A2 reefers. I think I may have missed that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm a little biased against freight cars. It's like, I don't know. It just doesn't excite me compared to like locomotive power. Let's take a look here. So we're talking about the reefers. So there's the 50-foot box cars, the 40-foot grain box cars. It must have been in their earlier announcement. Let me take a look at the YouTube real quick. Because it's probably going to be there. Let's see. So we're talking about the Trinity 82. Let's take a look here. All right, so they got the 50-foot. Yeah, it must be deep in one of their announcement videos. But cool. A2 reefers. Train scale, let's see, that is scale trains. So yeah, it's basically the one that Scale Trains just came out with. The mechanical reefers. Those are pretty cool, but again, it's modern and nothing against modern. It's just, it's not my thing. From time to time, I'll entertain modern. But let's see. Yeah, let's see, nice. Yeah, so Athearn is more focused on modern day diesel slash some freight cars as well. So that's what seems to be their focus. BLI is definitely going hardcore on the steam engines right now, which I am loving. Scale Trains has just been lackluster. I think their last announcement was those container cars. Yeah, they've got the Walmart and Amazon container cars that came out in HO&N. But yeah, definitely quiet on the Scale Trains front. And I don't think Rapido... I think Rapido's too busy on their tour. So Rapido hasn't come out with anything now. I say that now and then they'll announce it the whole lot. So I think a lot of the SPSF stuff came out last year. So I remember seeing a lot of SPSF diesel from Athearn that came out. There was some box cars. I think they came out with some cabooses. So yeah, I think SPSF came out last year. So they probably won't make anything this year. So yeah, if you guys are just joining us, our train of the stream is in celebration of the Challenger announcement that BLI released. And so we are running a Challenger Excursion UP train today. This is the Athearn Genesis. Currently Tsunami 1, I'll eventually convert it over to a Bonami, or I may upgrade to Tsunami 2, kind of debating on that front. We've got some tenders on it. The water tenders, boxcar, and then some UP Riverossi coaches. So that's This is what you're seeing going around the layout today. Did some maintenance work, just oiled it up, cleaned the wheels a little bit. Did some lubrication on the coaches, because originally this train couldn't pull it because the wheels were so full of friction and just years of buildup. So I bought all of those used. And get you guys some rail fanning shots here. Alright, let's get you to Phoenix Point here. Oh, I just realized I'm missing a few cameras. Let's see. What are you doing here, camera? Okay. I'll have to take a look at that. Oh. There we go. There's all the cameras I was looking for. Alright. So let's take you guys to this shot. Get you some Mopac and UP going here. See, that would be cool, but I'm not sure if the demand is there. Again, we live in such a pre-order world that if things don't get requested, like I'll put it in the VIP portal for Broadway Limited, but they tend not to do freight. They tend to do a lot of locomotives. I think Atherton has a suggestion box as well. Let's see if I can find that. Let's get you guys over here. Let's see. I'm pretty sure they have like a suggestion portal. Let's see. Yeah, just watch any of Atherin's videos. They tend to announce how you can suggest new product. How many locomotives do I have? My goodness, that's the only question. So I've been doing this hobby for about, let's see, about 20 years, 20 plus years. So I've got some stuff that my father handed down to me. I got stuff that I've been buying over the years. I don't know. The number's kind of up there. I've got stuff in boxes, tons of DC locomotives I got to convert over. I don't even know where to begin with the number, to be honest. I tend to collect things in the UP family tree, but that's as specific as I can get. And I still have a lot of stuff that's at my parents' place. Get you guys that Challenger shot here. All right. Let's see, what other shots can we get here? Let's take you to, let's go to Phoenix Point. I haven't done Phoenix Point yet. But I'm really excited for that Greyhound Challenger. I've been wanting that one for a while now. I almost pulled the trigger on a Paragon 3. I know it wasn't the greatest. And then I saw the Athearn Tsunami 2s. And it's like I came close to that too. And then when I saw the announcement from BLI, it's like, yep, this is the one. And the thing about it too is like, you know, I do have a lot, but again, I've been collecting for a very long time. So this is accumulation of 20 plus years worth of stuff. Like, for example, that 884 that's on the right hand side there, that locomotive I've had for about 20 years as well. That's a DC 844 Northerner that was actually DCC ready. It wasn't advertised as DCC ready, but I had the connector port for a decoder. Finally upgraded it to a Bonami decoder, and man, it runs just fine. And it's 20 years old. Trains are great, I agree. Trains are definitely great. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hopefully you are doing well. I think something that I'll do that I haven't done in a while is we'll get you guys on board. So let's do all the cameras. First time you saw the channel, well, welcome. Thank you so much for dropping by. So since you're new here, this is our podcast of the stream. You're doing awesome. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. You've been trained since you were 5 and you're 40 now. Yep. It's a great freaking hobby. Absolutely great hobby. Okay. Now I gotta figure out where I put my flat car. Oh, I see it. Cool. Everyone's saying welcome. You guys are awesome. Let's see. So you heard about the Austin, Texas is finally going to restore the steam locomotive again because they finally solved what was causing lubrication issues because they found the cracks on the one of the frames. Yep. So I think we were talking about that last stream. They did a video on it. And yeah, we made a quick. I think it was either last stream or the one before that. We were talking about the Austin steamer. Oldest surviving is over 30 years old. Wow, that's insane. That's pretty cool, Randall. You have a locomotive going back to the 70s. Awesome. Been to trains since you were 8. That's great to hear. All right, Railfanning K, take it easy. Yeah, I understand. IRL takes priority. 100% understand with that. So let me get you guys on board this train. All right, let's see here. Some of your secondhand stuff is getting around that age. Yep, definitely agree with that. Hoping you get to a shop with locomotives because they don't have one for some odd reason. Interesting. Alright, let's see. Make sure everything is good to go on my cameras. Let's see here. Alright, let me get the train coming around here. Let's see. Got an old FA1. Pan driven, yep. $9. That's pretty cool. You're from Australia. Nice. There's definitely one locomotive I want from Australia, and that is the Garrett. Absolutely want that thing. But I don't want to pay like over $1,000 to get it. Alright, tell you what, let's do this. Let's get you guys on board here. We'll do this view. All right. And we are off. And going nowhere. All right, we're a little heavy. I'll see if I can make it up. If not, we're going to have to probably go down a car. In fact, I know we're probably going to have to do it. Yep. So Artie is our another Australian resident YouTuber as well. Love the Garrett too. Yeah. So go watch Artie's channel. Artie has some video of that Garrett. Yep. Really excited to see 4014 and 2016. Still no word on the Four Corners tour. All right, we're gonna need a helper unit. Thanks for posting that, Randall. Appreciate that. Okay, so we had to put a helper unit on. We got an E unit assisting. The train was a little too heavy when I put the cameras on. So now we have our little E unit. Little's an understatement. We kind of took a small break from One Piece. We're at, what arc are we at? Water 7. We're like 5 episodes into Water 7. So we still have a long ways to go, but. Yep, and Artie does stream every Saturday nights. Yep. Get you guys on board here. We're going to continue to speed match these two. Okay, sweet. Well, that's why it's spelled with an E, because we're unique. We're not that type of Icey. We're special. But I love you guys. You know, I appreciate you guys coming out and just having a good time, and that's what we do. We just rail fan. We talk about the news, talk about, you know, things in the hobby. It's a little choppy today, isn't it? Let's see if I can fix that later. Cool. So you saw the second season 2 finale of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush. Nice. Yeah, I've been what's a show I've Shogun's been really good on Hulu. I need to get caught. We're 2 episodes behind that. So my wife and I've been we've been watching that. It was a really good show. Eventually we'll get back into One Piece, but taking a break. I don't like how that's leaning. Alright, let's see if that's any better. Kinda, sorta. But yeah, I'm definitely excited for that Greyhound scheme challenger. Can't wait to get that on this layout. Huh, interesting. Never heard of it. The Bucket List of the Dead. Huh. Zom 100. I'll have to look into it. Oh, what was the show? Can't remember the name of it. Oh, so you're an N scale. So I do have a very small T-track layout for N scale. But it's on to collect dust at the moment. It's because I've been busy, and then any free time I have has just been dedicated to HO. So many models coming in the next couple of years, it seems. Oh, yeah. And BLI is leading the way. Pretty wild. As the opening alone is quite a trip. All right. Whenever I have some free time, I'll look into it. So the advantages of N scale, you've got Kato in itself is a huge advantage. You got T-Track, which is definitely leading the way in modulars and just a small space design. Everyone, the mother is making stuff in N scale too, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and like if you're brand new to model railroading, like don't shy away from the size of N scale. Like there's so much that potential with N scale. I got into HO because that's what I grew up with, and it's just the mass amount of collection that I have. And so I do love the scale. You're planning on G as well. If money was unlimited, I would do all the scales. Well, no, I wouldn't do all the scales because that would be tedious, and that would be an issue on time. I would do Lionel and G. Lionel just to collect all those Lionel fantasy schemes that they have. G scale, what I would do in particular with G scale is I would do a logging railroad, 100%. I would get a Climax, a Shea, and a Heisler in a heartbeat and just do one big logging railway. That's what I would do in a heartbeat. The Burlington Northern Legendary Libraries, SC42, out next year. Nice. Well, we'll see, Randall. It's kind of interesting. We have Atherin and Scale Trains kind of focusing on the diesel side of things. And then BLI is going just absolutely ham with all the steam engines. So I think overall, the hobby is doing very well with the offerings right now. And then Rapido's just being Rapido and doing whatever they want, which is pretty freaking cool. But yeah, if I was Rapido right now, man, they need to really focus on like the California Zephyr and especially the Daylight. The the Daylight's just being asked to be remade. Actually, and they are. They are doing Daylight coaches. They're doing the 3/4 scale coaches, which I need to pre-order that. I'm an idiot. They do have at least one coach that's in SP. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I'm getting to the point that I'm really going to have to be selective on what I want to get. Like, I'm already being selective on Missouri Pacific for the most part. Like, this Challenger order is probably going to be, I don't know. I really need to start focusing on Missouri Pacific, but we'll see. I'm not going to hold my breath that I'm going to keep that rule. 'Cause I'm probably just going to end up breaking it. I'm still breaking it. But the fantasy schemes coming out, like Lionel, it has me in a bind because of all of those announcements they did last week with the Bob Ross cars and Mr. Rogers cars and the Polar Express cars. Like, that's going to hurt a little bit. But they are really good and affordable. Like, Christmas is going to be good. Not necessarily this year because I think most of those cars are going to come out next year. But we'll see. Yeah, even with my focus, like I said, I try to stay 100% in a Union Pacific family tree. So Chicago Northwestern, Southern Pacific. I do have some outliers. And if I do get like outliers, let's say for the ATSF, the 21010-2, if I do get something like that, I'm going to renumber it into Missouri Pacific. And that's why I'm kind of up in the air if I want to get that SD70 Western Pacific. Because it'd be nice to have that Western Pacific, but it's like, I don't know. And kind of, it'll still make for a great set. So we'll see. Let's see. You want to get the Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers, and Justice League cars? Yep. 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 Yeah, I grew up with Union Pacific, which is why I have a lot of UP stuff in operating condition right now. And then I found myself kind of collecting a lot of the Missouri Pacific because I love that paint scheme so much. And so Missouri Pacific, because what's going to end up happening, so this is kind of going into my grand project. So the grand project is something that it's a what do I want to do in the end game of model railroading? What permanent layout do I want to have? And I've been juggling around a few ideas. Like right now, the one that I'm kind of leaning towards is a 3-layer railway. It's just I don't want to freaking deal with helixes. And if I do have to deal with a helix, it's not going to be like a mainline helix. It's going to be more of a transitional to get from the second layer to the third and from the storage first layer to the second layer. And so kind of the idea is that the first bottom layer is just going to be 100% storage. It's going to be one massive yard track. And then the second layer is my dedicated fun run track, my Railfanning track. And then the third layer will be the operation point-to-point layer. And on that layer is going to be 100% Missouri Pacific equipment. So all the diesels, freight, and so forth will be Missouri Pacific. But I'm still kind of toying the idea, do I want to mess with a 3-layer system? Do I want to combine it down all into one layout? So I'm still kind of going back and forth on it. But I just haven't had the time to get my butt into any rail because I've got my garage kind of measured out to use as a template. Again, I'm not going to put a layout in my garage, but it'd be like a what if. What can I build in there to give me practice? All right, let's get you guys. So you can see a lot of the Mopac diesels that I got just chilling on the right there. Let's see. So you really wanted to get that SD4-2B unit, but I think you're going to have to pass on this go around. Maybe they'll release it when you can pick it up. You're talking about the Burlington Northern Scale Trains B unit? I think I saw it when I was scanning through it the other day. Wait a minute. When did Scale Trains have a undecorated appliance box car? Hold up. Field trip. Okay, so here's the Walmart coaches here. Oh, Walmart coaches, my goodness. Wake up. Container, which is pretty cool. If I find these in the wild, I'll probably grab some. Because something else I think I want to do, since I'm getting 3985, I want to grab just double stack containers so to mimic when 3985 actually pulled that container train. It's probably something I'll look into. But no, just chilling right here is an exact rail pre-MHO scale boxcar. On pre-order for $47. Announced March 1st, 2024. Estimate time of arrival next year. Huh. That's gonna be on my radar because I wanna paint some Missouri Pacific stuff on that. So that's interesting. Yep, the reefers. Yep, so you're talking about that B unit. Okay. You're hoping to get the Cato P24 and the Amtrak Phase 5. Late number 60. Nice. Yeah, UN scalers have Cato. Like, probably the best train company out there right now. They just got everything. See, there's some SPSS, but doesn't have the SF on it. Let's see, SC40, SC42. Yeah, so there's that B unit. Yeah, 300 for a B unit. That's pretty pricey, but pretty cool at the same time. So that arrives soon. Oh, that has arrived. 10 days ago it arrived. March 19th. Let's see. So micro trains, is that what you're talking about? Micro train line? Is that what MTL means? Because if it is, micro trains is pretty good as well. But micro trains does a lot of fantasy scheme boxcars, which makes them even more epic. They've got some really cool fantasy train sets. Like those two are just top tier. Yeah. Now, I don't know about couplers or anything like that, but yeah, microtrains does a lot of cool stuff. James Turner, welcome. How are you? Yep, SPSF shouldn't paint so fast. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I have a small SPSF train, but Railfanning K goes really big into SPSF. And you can find a lot of SPSF theme on his channel as well. Yeah, I do like the B unit. I still need to get. Do I have a no? Yeah, no, I don't. I need to get the GP30 A and B units for UP. Keep slacking on that, and then they won't have any more. All right, let's get you guys back to all the cameras here. Get the phone. That'll get me. Okay, let's grab this view for you guys. Get the front there. If you guys are just joining, again, we kind of just chit-chatting now, doing the Q&A / railfanning of the stream. And also riding the train right over there. Oh, your Mopac also. Wait a minute. Hang on. I know that name sounds familiar. No. Your name sounds familiar. Do you have a YouTube channel as well? Do you post stuff on your channel? Sorry, that name sounds really familiar. When you said you do a lot of Mopac stuff. I'm just curious now, but yeah, I'm loving Mopac, and as I go more into operations, Mopac is heavily influencing the lore and the direction that I go into the future. So it's even getting crazier to say, like, I want my lore. Oh, okay, gotcha. Common name, but you in Texas as well. Okay, gotcha. Fair enough. I apologize. I'm terrible with names. And then I also have a short-term memory, which also gives me problems. I have a memory of a goldfish. Yeah, so you can see coming up on the train camera there, we got a lot of Mopac diesels just chilling. SD40-2, we had a BL2 from AHM. The Colorado Eagle is on one of my shelves right now. I've got a UP Athearn Genesis unmarked tender that I'm going to convert into Missouri Pacific lines. And it's going to get to the point, too, that I want to get an undecorated modern-day diesel and put Mopac on it. Because basically what I'm doing for the lore of the channel and for the railway of my future, it's going to be called the Greater Mopac Railway. It's basically what if Missouri Pacific survived into a Class 1 railroad. I've got a paint scheme for it, but I may just keep the normal blue. That dark blue. So a lot of upcoming plans. Just need to find the time to iron it all out. So there's several, and that's the great thing about San Antonio is that we've got 3 major clubs here. Obviously, the big one being San Antonio Model Railroad Association. That's the one that majority of the fun run videos that you see and a lot of my shorts come from. I just joined the Texas Transportation Museum, which has AMRI, which is the Alamo Model Railroad of Engineers. That's the second layout that you guys are starting to see in my rotation. And then up and coming is Elmendorf. It's a little bit, it's about 20 miles south of San Antonio, but I still call it San Antonio area. Still call it San Antonio. And they've got a Fremo group that finally found a place that was setting up our Fremo modulars. So again, what I have here is Minimo modulars, but this club has proper Fremo standards. And so on my community, I posted that the Elmendorf group, they call like the San Antonio railroad prototypical modelers. Strap 'em is the nickname or is the acronym for it. But we have all these Fremo modulars that are coming online. So here's some of the pictures of those Fremo modulars. And this group is actually located at Elmendorf, Texas. And they just acquired like 11 acres. And they basically inherited, inherited is lack of a better phrase. They got 11 acres that has like an old school brick and mortar type of facility that has like several bays. One of those bays is going to be for Fremo, and then the other bays are going to be in support of a 7.5 gauge railway, which I'm excited for. And that's going to be one of two in the area. The Texas Transportation Museum is putting in a 7.5 gauge, and Elmendorf is putting in a 7.5 gauge. So I literally, within 30 minutes of driving, have the potential to go to two 7.5 gauge railways, which is unheard of. And I just found out about 2.5 hours away, there's another one that I could potentially go to. So San Antonio is a nice little heaven of just trains in general. So yeah, they're currently working on it now, and I've got some pictures. I'll probably take some more pictures tomorrow so I can share with you guys kind of the progress, because they're making great progress. Like there's a bridge that's already gone up on this modular, and they're working on some other ones so they can start going point to point a little bit and get some operations going. So yeah, one of three. Like, it's legit. And again, if you do, remind me, if you do come visit Samurai and I'm there, I can get you a sticker as well. I give out holographic stickers for those who meet me in person, and then I typically try to mail out non-holographic ones. So again, those the holographic ones are kind of a thank you for, taking the time to come out and meet me, talk with me, so on and so forth. BNSF engineer, how are you? Yep, San Antonio will be even more of a train heaven if the Wonderland Mall didn't kick out your old club. Yep. So you're probably talking about... So the Wonderland Mall, I think, was where this club was at. So they started setting up in Elmendorf, Texas. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if it was the same club either. I don't know. But I know this club was with, I believe, Amory, some of the Amory members as well at the Wonderland Mall. It was a massive freaking thing. On downtime you work so you can catch this stream. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you can come by. So we have more money to spend, BSF engineer. I don't know if you caught this news, but BLI announced they're going to come out with the Chicago Northwestern Yellow Jacket. Yeah. And then they also announced the PRRS1. They also announced the ATSF 21010-2. Oh, the old layout. Oh, a TTM. Got it. Yep. So, they weren't there at the same time. Because I'm pretty sure Strap 'em, they were at the Wonderland Mall for a little bit. Then they got kicked out. Oh, yeah. And I didn't talk about the Bull Moose, but I'm not sure if I'm going to get the Bull Moose. I'm kind of up in the air, because that's definitely dating New Piece history. Like, that's even before 9,000. Because I think it was the Bull Moose, then the 9,000, then the Challengers, Big Boys, and so forth. Or 9,000, then the 5,000 series, then the Challengers, then the Big Boys. I'm not sure if I'm going to go after the Bull Moose, because the 210-2 is going to put a massive hole in my wallet. Like, we were speculating early in the stream. It's probably because it's going to be a hybrid brass on top of that. Like, we're seriously looking at over $1,000 for that engine. because oh yeah, we talked about, so we got a Challenger running on the layout. We talked about the we talked about these Challengers. So we definitely went ham on these ones. Like, this poor dead horse is going to get poked at so many times. I'm biting the bullet and getting both of them. Because the way... This is a deal that you just cannot overlook. Because it's almost a buy one, get one free type of situation. Because of how ridiculously insane priced these MFers are right now. Like, it's insane. For $350. Like, you can't beat that. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, I'm doing it too. So what I'm going to do, since we both run on the layout, so if you guys don't know, BSF Engineer has a lot of the, I don't want to say, has a lot of engines that I also record on here. So he has the full daylight BLI that you see on the channel. He has the NYC Crusader that you see. Awesome dude. Go subscribe to his channel as well, because he does content from Samara. What I'm going to do, BSF Engineer, is I'm going to lower the number down by 1 on my decoders. So that way, if you do bring them out to a club, because I'm probably going to bring some too, we won't conflict with the numbers. Fair enough. Yeah, you have a lot of steam. Yep, you have the cab forward. You have a lot of the Santa Fe steamers. So yeah, you do a lot of steams as well. I tend to be the passenger guy. I tend to lean towards either something Missouri Pacific or passenger related. That's what I tend to lean towards a lot. So what I'm going to do on my engines is I'll do 3984 and I'll do 3976 on my decoders, because everyone in the mother is probably going... I mean, even... another member of ours at Samara, he goes by HO Steam Heritage here on YouTube. He's also getting these as well, so it's like, you know, we're really going to have to deconflict our numbers. You have 7 cab forwards? I like the sound of that. You got another MTH cab forward. And here's the... Man, I don't know if you saw it in the news or not, from what BLI announced. It was pretty sad to see for 2 different reasons. So there was some bad news in this latest BLI announcement. One, it just sucks because I wish I got my cab forwards when I did. I just need to see if I can find it. Yeah, so in HO scale, we are working on the Santa Fe 2900s and so forth. As for the cab forwards, as we mentioned above, they're coming out in N scale, but as for HO scale, no plans for any in design at this point in time, but we do have the AC11s and 12s listed as models we want to make. So they're not going to come out with the cab forward and Paragon 4s anytime soon, which I think is a huge missed opportunity. So, yeah, I don't know. That sucks. That sucks a lot. So I've got my MTH cab forward. I want to do a massive overhaul because I need to get that working and put a Blue Nami chip in it. And then here's the other one as well. That was kind of a that kind of sucks. So during a full train set such as the Daylight or the California Zephyr cars, unfortunately not in play for us as tooling costs are simply too high for us to make those cars. We'd be more willing to do a locomotive before a full train set of locomotive and cars. Oh, so they've already confirmed the AC-12. I'm probably getting this mixed up. Hang on. Let me just double check, make sure that's the right locomotive I'm thinking of. Oh, AC-12. See, just call it the cab forward. Yeah. So I didn't realize that was the cab forward as well. I was thinking it was the other one, the 2882 locomotive. But anyways, so we'll see. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So BLI supposedly isn't making plastic boiler models anymore. So anything that was in plastic will be needed to be retooled. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. See, I wish that's something that BLI would tell us. But, yeah, is what it is. Interesting. So that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Because then everything's either going to die cast or to the brass hybrid. Which means they have to get retooled. So the cab forward that you have from BLI isn't die cast? It's actually plastic? Interesting. All right, trains are great. Take it easy. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Darn. So I guess the cab forward you have to get in the Paragon 3s. Or in a mountain or MTH. That means the price on those are going to go up. Unless Scale Trains get their act together and finally retool the cab forward that they got from MTH. Like, that's such a wild card right now. Is what the hell is Scale Trains doing right now? Like, I understand they're trying to get the J class out. But, man, they are just... They're behind. Like, they're behind. And I'm hoping they can get their tooling out. But we're entering almost a whole nother year that, you know, the J class and the Challengers are just, I don't know. By the time they come up with their tooling, everyone's going to have a BLI engine. So. Oh, that makes sense. The plastic boards will melt from their smoke units. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yep. Absolutely. Hey, NW611, how are you? Hopefully you're doing well, good sir. Another member of Sam. We got all the Samurai guys here. Yeah, we're just chilling, talking about some latest announcements. Yeah, I agree, 611. I mean, I understand that we got to be patient. They're going through new tooling processes. They got this side rod issue to figure out. They have been getting their samples. When I talked to them at the NMRA train show last year in Dallas, they were stating that they had their first sample of the J class, but it ran for like 5 minutes and then it just died on them. And so they went back to the drawing board with their J class. So I'm trying to be patient with Scale Trains. It's just by the time they get anything out, you know, BLI is going to be all over it. And that's, you know, that market share thing. So we'll see. You got a BLI Paragon 3J recently, but the decoder is dead. As far as for the motor control, FML. So that's the thing. It's like, that's another problem with the Paragon 3s is that they had the issue with the motor. And the only way to fix that motor is to send it back into BLI proper. That's why I don't want to get a cab forward with a Paragon 3. But it's getting to the point that I still, well, that's not only do you have a decoder issue to worry about, but you got a motor issue. If it was just a decoder issue, I'll be fine with getting a Paragon 3 because I can just rip that stupid thing out and put a whole new board in there. But the fact that I've seen too many instances, you know, we had another member at the club that just bought the Challenger equivalent to the PRR steam engine. The name escapes me. It's like an A class or something. Same problem with the Paragon 3. It was stuttering. It was having motor control, and I instantly knew, like, yeah, you got to take that back to the factory, unfortunately, because it's done. Let's see. Yeah, and I know, 611, you had your issue with your Paragon 3 as well. Yep. Yep. Yeah, Paragon 3s are trash. Like, Paragon 3, Tsunami 1s, those are really trash. But BLI and that Paragon 4, they freaking nailed it. They nailed it with the Paragon 4s. All right, let's do this. Let's get you guys back on board here. There we go. They are leaps and bounds better than Paragon 3. Like, it feels like the Paragon 4, an entirely different company made the decoder. That's how good they are. They do have some little quirks, but... and it's more on the programming side. But, man, I love the Paragon 4s. And like I said this several times, so it's like my favorite decoders, I got Tsunami number 1, biased towards that. Tsunami 2, and then Paragon 4 is my top 3 decoders. But like I tell everyone else, buy the decoder that fits your needs. And what do you have? What do you want that decoder to do? Speaking motors, those are the biggest kills MTH engines. They were out and the feedback onto the board and blew it. Interesting. So I should probably, when I convert my cat forward MTH, I should probably take an economy decoder to it first before I put something expensive into it. I have to look into that. Yeah. You haven't any issues from the J with the Paragon 3? Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like the Paragon 3 doesn't have a keep alive from my understanding. My Christmas steam engine is a Paragon 3, and man, that thing, if your frogs are not electrified, it'll stall on each one of those stupid things. You think about trying the FEF3 from Broadway Limited? Yeah, I would recommend it. I would recommend it. The number 1 Tsunami 2. Yeah. Yeah, Tsunami 2s are a good decoder as well. And I will still give some props to ESU. Their sound files are like really freaking good. It's just I'm not a fan of having to need an additional programmer to really get into the weeds of the values I need to edit. I just don't want to deal with it. You have a BLI with Paragon 3. So far, the biggest issue is the lights don't work at all, and the sound is garbage. Side, all those issues works well. Then you got a diamond in the rough, Ammo Point. You got a diamond in the rough. Let's see. So you don't have to go back, but they didn't until at least a few engines of Paragon 3. Kind of into Tsunami, the sound much dead and generated rather than the ESU and TSU. Yeah. I mean, the same can be said for the Paragon 4s too, especially with their sound files. It's all generic, and I'm pretty sure they use the same sound file for every steam engine. So you probably have to program it to change it. But yeah, if you like sound, and that's the number one thing you want from your decoder, ESU, and yeah, you mentioned TCS as well. Yeah, TCS is another good one for sound. But sound is not my number one thing. My number one thing is functionality, which is why I'm 100% biased towards Bunamis. Because I get so much more functionality out of Bunamis that I'd rather sacrifice a little bit of quality sound just for functionality. So, and that's why I say I'm biased towards it. TCS decoders are solid. TCSs are really good as well. I would put them behind... let's see. So I said Bunami, Tsunami 2s, Paragon 4s. Then I would say TCS. Then I would say ESU. But my list is biased because, again, my list is based off of functionality over sound. She likes servicing sound of the TU2 decoder, and they're easy to use. Yeah. Okay, Randall, take it easy. Yeah, thank you so much for dropping by. Appreciate the support. And again, thank you everyone who watches the streams, who are lurking, who will watch us on the replay. We're about, last I checked, because YouTube being YouTube decided to Thanos snap like 10 hours or 10 watch hours from the total that I was having. I saw that disappear. It's like, no, YouTube, why do you do this to me? So we're about 225 watch hours away from monetization. And getting those emotes and all those other good things. So we're getting there. It's just, you know, I gotta continue to work hard. That's all. But thank you guys for enjoying all the content, for watching, hanging out, talking about the world's greatest sandbox hobby. So you're biased towards soundtrack decoders, and you want to try Blunami. So the thing I would say about Blunamis is it kind of is also dictated on what phone you have. If you have Apple, then you have all the functions of a normal DCC system to include like consisting and all these other things. The big thing is consisting. Android phones are still in the early stages of the app, so they don't have multi-train control. You can only control one train at a time. I have a few 611. I have to dig through my library. I have like thousands of videos now. So if you look through the shorts, I may have featured one of your trains. I'm not sure. I lose track. Because like I said, I'm getting to the point that I have thousands of clips, shorts, and videos, and all that. Okay, so you're in luck. So since you have an iPhone, what I would probably recommend is downloading the Blunami app so you can see what the interface looks like. Obviously, you won't be able to connect to you won't get all the features because you don't have a locomotive that's Blunami. So you'll have all the features. Old school guys finally stepping up to the 21st century DC control. So my thing about Blunami, again, it's all about functionality. I like the idea that you can control it from the phone and program from the phone, meaning that you don't need a computer or JMRI or knowledge of JMRI to program the CV values on the locomotive. The fact that you can program the decoder on the fly while being on the main line is huge for me. So, again, it's all about functionality, and I love that you can do that. Unfortunately, Android doesn't have multi-train control yet on the app, which is annoying. Now, you do make a great point, BSF engineer. If you have a layout like mine that has an LNWI connected to it, then Blunami is absolutely pointless unless you like programming on the fly like I do. So I do find myself going back and forth on the type of decoder. So what I've kind of nailed on the head is that if I want a train that's going to go on the EasyDC system, and again, this is very finite of an example. Not everyone's going to have this example because all layouts... I say this with a warm heart. Old layouts like EasyDCC, if I know they have it, I want a Blunami decoder in it because F EasyDCC. See, well, almost any decoders can be programmed on the main with a DCC throttle. True, until you're a person like me and accidentally program all my engines by mistake. But yes, if you're skillful with programming, then yeah, you can program on the main and go from there. For Blunamis, I would say a lot of my older DC locomotives is where I'm really gonna convert things over, and that's where I think Blunami is gonna shine for my particular examples. But when it comes to like if you have a layout that has the LNWI, then yeah, Bunami control wise is kind of pointless, almost kind of more difficult, because with the app like Engine Driver, you can control not only the train but also the layout as well. So again, it comes down to what do you want your decoders to do, and what particular circumstances do you want them to operate in, and just go from there. But for me in particular too, where I want to take HO scale in particular, and that's where Bunami kind of comes into play, is dead rail. Because I see a layout in my future potentially that I want to 3D print my rails. I want to put my Bunamis into my engines and have some sort of battery system once battery technology matures and so forth, where I can take that HO locomotive, take it off the powered rails, put them onto 3D printed rails, and have them run outside. Or have a weather-resistant 3D printing filament for outside, that now we can take HO scale completely outside as well and be like self-independent. So that's another functionality that why I like Bunami as well, because it gives me that opportunity. So, but things to think about. But yeah, if you don't want to do Bunami, then yeah, you got Tsunami 2s, and then you got ESUs. It's a great thing about the hobby too, because as much as I love Bunamis, it's still not. There's still other good options out there to do what you need to do, and that's the great thing about the hobby, is that there's so many different options that you can do whatever you want. So, yeah, I understand why easy DCC systems is a thing, because if you're getting brand new people into the hobby, sure, here's a throttle and you can control the train. Fine. But if you want to know what speed steps you're going at, if you want to try to consist, you can't do any of that. It kind of drives me crazy with it. And even with the easy DCC system, you can't connect like a router to it, because the stupid command station and the coding that it has interferes with the freaking router, to my understanding. Yeah, so here's the thing about San Antonio that you'll learn really quickly. All three clubs, and I've been saying this for a while now, all three clubs are needed, because Samra has, I would say, the best scenery of the three, but it runs on easy DCC. So it makes consisting a freaking nightmare on that layout. The Amory, the one at the TTM Museum, they use Digitrax, and they have an LNWI. So the argument can be made that, yeah, Bunami is kind of useless at the... I mean, I don't want to say useless, but since they have an LNWI, I had actually preferred Engine Driver over Bunami. And that's something I need to experiment with as well, because I'm pretty sure I can still control a Bunami decoder from not Easy DCC, from the Engine Driver app. That's something I need to experiment with actually pretty darn soon. So that's something I want to try. I'm pretty sure you can. I just have to look into it a little bit more, because they claim that you can still run it from the DCC system. So that's something I'll try probably in the future. And then Elmendorf is going to have Digitrax. I'm actually helping them set that up. Yes, for me, the way I'm going to do it, it is a step to, it's a huge step in dead rail, because really all you need to figure out is getting that consistent power to the board to get to the motor, to the lights and all of that. And you can go 100% dead rail. The problem with dead rail right now is the battery technology is not quite there yet to do it. I mean, you can work present day batteries. It's just going to be a nightmare trying to figure out how to charge it, how to maintain it, and so forth. Yeah, you got the message, but yeah. Yep. Um, I'm probably not gonna go into that. I'm probably not gonna go into that. You want to go Amber try to use a TCS Wi-Fi throttle? I don't know. I don't have any knowledge on the TCS throttle. BCF engineer may have knowledge on this. I don't know if the TCS Wi-Fi works with Digitrax. I think it does with the LNWI. I'm not sure though. I don't know. Cause I know. I don't know. 611. I'm not knowledgeable enough on TCS throttles to know. Hello, Timothy. Welcome, welcome. Papa John, how are you, good sir? Hopefully you're doing well. Digitrax NC is like Ford Chewy with truck Chevy. My gosh, Chewy. I can't read. Ford and Chevy with truck guys. I never understood it. Both systems are good. Yeah, and that's the thing. And that's why I always caveat to say that I am biased towards Digitrax. I am biased towards Bunamis. I am biased towards BLI because it is what works for me. It may not work for you. I can steer you in a direction if you want to try to find something. Where does MRC come in? MRC is not bad either. MRC is not bad either. No works in KNWI if that's Digitrax Wi-Fi system. I don't know. I don't know the inner weeds of the LNWI. All I know is LNWI emits a Wi-Fi signal that you have to, on your phone, you have to select the Wi-Fi. And obviously you'll get the error says it doesn't have internet. Yeah, so what? And then you pop up your engine. It's a WLAN, I think is the actual terminology of it. But when we get into the technological weeds of a system, that's when I struggle. And that's when I send you guys over to Humanity Junction at Heath, because Heath knows a lot about that inner workings and can help you. Hey, welcome back. Trains are great. Do you see the new passenger train? I haven't had a chance, Papa John. I've been so freaking busy lately. I'm so far behind on watching videos, and I've been trying to catch some live streams when I work and then when I'm editing. But you do got a cheap system. You still have 4x8 layout, so it fits your needs. There you go. And that's ultimately that's the big thing. Again, figure out what works best for you, and then just have fun doing it. I will only bash on Easy DCC. That's it. So I'm sorry for all those Easy DCC lovers out there. I'm still going to bash it to hell and back because I hate it. You run Digitrax, but NC is fine. You just invested in DC. And I was that way too. Hey, Bree, how you doing? Yep, happy Friday. Also, happy Good Friday to all the people out there as well. It's in your shorts. Okay, I will try to look at it when I get a chance. I did see your O-Gauge M4000 UP that you got, and I am stupidly jealous because I want that HO scale. It was going to cost like $800, $900. So, F my life. Guy, you have one as well, but it's in the Elite 10 AM system. Interesting. So, yeah, I started with Digitrax. And that's the other thing, too. Let me go back to this comment. So, you invested in Digitrax to start. Let me get, we've been on this camera angle for a while now. Let me get you guys all the camera views. So I originally started with Digitrax because that was the first club that I really kind of got serious with. And then once I learned more about Digitrax and what it can do for me, like layout, command, and control, that's when I went ham with it. If you're wanting to try either NCE or Digitrax, yeah. Papa John, just no. 150. You know how much of a steal you got that line out O-Gauge M4000 for? That Streamliner set? My God, man. You're the king of deals. That just drives me nuts. I saw that. It's like, man, I want that for HO scale, but that's crazy expensive. I'd rather just do the work and 3D print the freaking shells of the thing. But yeah, I was so jealous when I saw that. It's like, that's the train. Jealous. Super jealous. So again, it comes down to what, if you're really deciding between NCE or Digitrax, again, do your research, figure out what control scheme that you want, what do you want your layout to do. For me personally, this entire layout, and let me shut all these off real quick. I asked myself, what do I want my layout to do for me? And the electronics. What I want my layout to do is I want to have control of the layout from a variety of different ways. Oh, I'm doing operations. I need to make sure that I have push buttons near the switch so that way I can just push it and go. Or do I want to control it from my phone? I can do that as well with LNWI. Or do I want to control that switch from my computer on Panel Pro from a dispatching perspective? And when I was comparing NCE, what the offerings between NCE, LCC, and Digitrax, I didn't want to try to messing other components with two different systems. I wanted everything all under one system, and it just made sense for me to go to Digitrax. But I will admit, you need to be a rocket science to really understand the instructions, because they go into some serious weeds when it comes to trying to set everything up. So that's the one caveat about Digitrax. It is definitely something that is kind of squirrely. And in my series, How Far Can We Take Digitrax, I tried to explain like the very surface level of Digitrax when it comes to certain pieces of equipment. So that's what I'm trying to do in that series. I have stopped that series for now because my next investment has to be the Command Station 240. And so we're talking about when we go into like the command stations and the boosters, I also need to get the power supply to 20 or to 12 for it. So we're talking about at least $700 worth of equipment to get this layout where I need to be in the next episode of How Far Can We Take Digitrax. So that's why I'm kind of stalled out right now on it. Because I've been focusing more towards locomotives than to this layout. I apologize. So it's just, this layout has been kind of on hold with anything upgrading wise. But I do have an SE74 that I need to work with to get block detection, because I do have a block detection unit that I can at least get some things progressed in this layout. But yeah, kind of crazy. Yeah, so you showed the hull on Cab Crew. So I remember seeing, yeah, I remember watching it. I brain dumped it all, unfortunately, so I'm sorry. Let's see. So you're looking forward to getting your BLA Class A with the roller bearing rods back, sent it out to get soundtracks added. Awesome. You love the train that you showed outside. So that is at our local G-scale club that's at TTM. So the Texas Transportation Museum has several clubs within it. They have AMRI, which is what I'm a part of. It's the HO scale layout that you guys see. They do have Sand Tracks, which is the N scale layout. They do the T tracks, and they have a permanent N scale layout that they're building on. The Z Club is there as well. That layout is typically not running when I'm there. And then they have the G scale club here in San Antonio. I think it's the only one in the local area. But yeah, I'm loving the amount of layouts that I have available to me. So I used Digitrax one time and wasn't a huge fan. Yeah, and I understand that. Yeah, I understand why Digitrax is advanced. It can be tough for a brand new model railroader. The way I would describe it is that Digitrax should be used more on a club based instead of a private. I don't know. Again, it's apples and oranges between the two freaking systems. It's just, what do you want your system to do? Do you want an easy to run DCC system? Then yeah, I would 100% go with NCE. Because I've used NCE before, and I am a fan of NCE. It's just, from the perspective I want my layout to do, Digitrax just allows me everything I want out of my layout. Yep, you gotta be a NASA scientist, dude. Digitrax, yep. I 100% agree. Yeah, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Digitrax is complex. Yeah, I didn't know either until I started to kind of look even. There's a lot to do in San Antonio is heaven for me. It's like N-scale layout, Z-scale layout, 2 HO layouts, soon Fremo Club coming online at Elmendorf. There are 2 7.5 gauges being built in this city. And that does not include all the private layouts that are out there. I was able to... So we also have the NMRA. We have the NMRA Lone Star Region 6 that's here. And we have some other YouTubers that go to the NMRA. So John Tenzillo, he's the N-scale... you said you were into N-scale trains are great, I believe. So John Tenzillo does N-scale, and he lives about 2.5 hours from me. One of these days, I want to head out there to his layout, to his Santa Fe layout. But let me bring that up, actually. Let me go to... I got to meet John when we were at our NMRA meeting. I'll eventually get him on the channel. So yeah, here's a field trip. So yeah, there's John and his son. His son makes a lot of cool metal signs. So one of these days we'll get him on the channel. I'm still trying to figure out my schedule to get this done. But yeah, that's good old John. He does a lot of 3D printing as well. So if you're a fan to 3D printing, definitely the channel. I'll try to get a link here real quick. There we go. So that's John Tenzillo's channel. He does Santa Fe N-scale and a lot of 3D printing. Good dude, very knowledgeable. We talked for like a good... So I ran into him at the Summer Train Show, and we talked for about a good 15-20 minutes on just 3D printing alone. Very, very knowledgeable individual. You a big fan of 3D printing? Awesome. Yep. So there's another channel for you. Let's see. What was a club? And it was okay, but I could hardly see the screen on it. Okay, gotcha. And that's true too, because you do have particular needs that you're going. And that's something that we haven't even talked about, is that sometimes you may have physical needs that a certain layout system may need for you to enjoy the layout. So yeah, if you need like a really big screen, then yeah, definitely Digitrax is probably not the way to go, because to get the big screen out of it, you either got to go with a phone or there's new 602 throttles from Digitrax, and they're pretty expensive. So yeah, if you want to go for like a bigger screen, then yeah, you may want to look into... Even TCS has their own Digitrax. TCS has their own DCC system as well. And from what I've heard, their controllers are actually really good for operations. Wish we had more stores in San Antonio. Yep, I agree with that. We only have one store. We've got one hobby store, and we have one hobby town that just opened. But I get all my stuff from Train World or through now BLI exclusive. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that, James Turner. So this layout, like I said, this layout is Freemo based. The track work and the wiring are all Freemo compatible. Trains are great. Thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate it. Oh, Mystic. Mystic. I'm glad you're here. I got to show you something. You wanted those GP30s, right? You wanted them in N scale? You wanted those GP30s in N scale? GP30 EMD in N scale. So BLI is coming out with it probably next year. Okay, and you got a pre-order on Train World coming out on Sunday. Nice. Was that the GP30? Oh. There we go. So, yes. Yep, there we go. I knew you were going to be... I knew it. I said it at the very beginning of the stream. Mystic is going to be happy about this announcement. Oh, it gets even better, Mystic. So, BLI is coming out with the Northerners. They're coming out with the cab forwards. They're coming out with shark noses. They got 30s. They got the 35s. They got the T1s, the J1s, and the H10 in N scale. Have fun. I hope your wallet doesn't burn on you. Yep. There you go. So, yeah. This came out about 2 hours before the stream started. They dropped their March newsletter. Yeah, it was quite epic to say the least. And then here's all the ones in HO. Again, the CNW, Yellow Jacket, ATSF, Class Northern, the Hudsons. Look at this. The ATSF 21010-2, the PRS-1, Bull Moose, and UP business cars. Again, BLI, they are just killing it right now. They are killing it. Absolutely killing it. So, yeah. There you go, Mystic. Have fun. Yeah. I know my wallet is probably going to die just based off the 21010-2. There you go, NW 611. Yep. Get you the system that's going to make you fall in love with the hobby even more. I think that's all that needs to be said when it comes to picking at DCC systems. Digitrax makes me fall in love with the hobby even more, but if it frustrates you because it's so complicated, then don't get it. Find something else that's going to make you love the hobby even more. Oh, you're... No worry, trains are great. No worries. You can lurk too. But again, I appreciate all of you guys being here. Again, of all nights, a Friday night. It's even Good Friday. Thank you so much for being here. I'm humbled, honored, and I appreciate it. You got a new old N-scale Penn Central. Okay. Welcome back. Yeah. So, yeah, BLI, man. Just... they're doing pretty darn good. Oh, and Mystic. Here's another thing. I don't know if you're into big boys, but in N scale on the VIP club, they announced their specific diesels. And they got the big boy in 4014, and they got my favorite big boy, 4019 in N scale. In N scale. I love this big boy. There's a reason why I have it in HO. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing. Your wall is going. Got 2 sharks, 2 GP30s. Will be my budget for 2 years. Yep. But yeah, this is a real thing. 4019 had its elephant ears for a very short period. They experimented with it, but with the rise of the gas turbines and the bunker C fuel, it was technology that was already outdated because of the diesels coming out. So the test was a success, but it was no longer practical. Yeah, agree. You love your TCS throttle, hit the system when you have the money. Yep, and yeah, I get that. You love sharks. Yep. Same here. So hopefully the HO sharks will be coming in April, next month. I try. Yep. Fun, not frustrating. Yeah. You said it better. Yep. Fun, not frustrating. Simple. Wonder if anyone did Southern 4501 in N scale. Funny you should mention that. There was something about that in the Q&A. Hang on. I think there was something about that in the Q&A. It was N scale, so I kind of breezed over it, but let me take a look. So, here's the Southern Railway PS4. So, would you please consider making a Southern Railway PS4 Pacific? They came in 4 basic orders, and I think a hybrid model would be perfect opportunity for such a release. The PS4s are on our list of locomotives we'd like to make in the future. Right now, we are focused on the models we mentioned earlier, but we would like to include the PS4 into the design queue in the next year or 2. Wallace already crying with the Challenger. Yeah, yep. So you don't care about Good Friday? That's fair. Not everyone celebrates it. Perfectly understand that. Will Shark Nose be delivered during Shark Week? I hope so. BLI would do more HO Northwest steam engines. 4019 N scale looks stunning. Yep, I agree. You got the NYC DC Shark got it home, and it had sound also. So that must be the Paragon 2. So I know BLI did a Shark Nose run. Is it BLI, though? That's the next question. So I think the Shark Noses were also made by AHM way back in the day. Let's see if there's anything else here. Santa Fe. Yeah, I think that's everything else that I see here for the Southern stuff. That was kind of the big draw. Oh, it was Bachman. Okay. Oh, yeah. Bachman did do a run of Shark Noses. Huh. Nice. So, yeah, we talk about the production here. So, the Shark Noses are scheduled to come out. I think, so they're in transit now. So, that means they're coming from the factory to the dealer. So, yeah, in April, we'll get those. So, probably the end of April, we'll have those. Fair enough, Mystic. Yeah. And again, they didn't say which road schemes they're going to do, but I would imagine they would do all the road numbers they've already announced in HO in N as well. I don't know if they'll do the fantasy schemes in N, but at least you're getting them. BLI should make the Frisco 1522. I don't know if they have or not. When you get into railways that I'm not familiar with, that's when it just goes over my head a little bit. So, yeah, I don't know about the Frisco. Yeah, crazy announcements. All right. Let's get you guys all the perspectives here. Let's put you right there. There we go. We'll do that. Oh, I pre-ordered it in a heartbeat, James. I've got those on pre-order as well. So for the Sharks, I wanted a lot of the Sharks. So I got the Mopac Sharks. I've got the Black Widow SP Sharks. And I've got the 2 military Royal Air Force paint schemes. Because I'm a huge fan of fantasy schemes. So yeah, I got those Mopac on pre-order, so they're coming. No, none has made 1522 outside of brass. Fair enough. Give them time. BLI is doing really good in trying to get to those brass locomotives because there is a need in the market for all those old brass to come into modern day tooling. So, you look forward to Challenger. You know, you told me you were getting the 3977. You plan on get the 3985. Yep. So just be careful, 611. Myself, Chris, BSF engineer, we're all gonna have those. What I'm planning on doing is when I go to program my 3977 and 3985, I'm going to program them one number below those numbers. So I'll program mine to 3976 and 3984. It's been my technique for popular locomotives. So it's like I've got my 844, for example. I program that at 845. So I usually go one up or one down. And for those challengers, I'm probably going to go one down. Because so many people are going to have it on the layout that we're bound to have conflicting issues. And considering that everyone in the mother is planning to get one. So just keep that in mind. Wonder if everyone's going to make the P4291 and N-scale. I don't know. Got an old Tyco Burlington Shark. Oh, nice, Papa John. So if you guys don't know, Papa John is our resident collector. He is the collector. Railfan K is our historian. BCF Parts is our is the head of the honor guard. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, when I get like my big boy 4014, I'll probably go to 4013. But that's why I try to the best of my ability to get non-popular road numbers for like popular steam engines. So for example, my Daylight, I purposely did not get 4449 because everyone in the mother is going to get 4449, so I went with a 4444 number. Because that's just not popular. I like the quad 4 number aspect. I tried to my best of my ability to try to deconflict. Mystic is our Mystic, yeah. Mystic is the owner of Mystic Powder. That's the lore that we have for him on the channel for right now. You know, Chris has the 844 to 843. You're planning to have him do the same for you. Then he would number from yeah. So it's just with all these challenges, it's definitely. That's why the whole title of this live stream is a challenger approaches, because there's going to be a flood of challengers everywhere. The fact that it's so affordable, I'm actually really curious to see just how popular this locomotive is going to be, just because of the price point. The GS4 was by far a huge popular locomotive because everyone in the mother on YouTube had a video on it, which is a good thing because it shows you the supply and demand of a particular model. And that's why I love YouTube so much, is because we can have a sample size of just what is popular out there. Let's see, that's why you're looking forward to running your A with roller bearing rid back, as it's 1241 and the A is 1218. Yeah, cool. Very cool. And I'm not gonna lie, the Daylight and the Western Pacific did really well on this channel too. And I knew it too. As soon as Broadway Limited announced the Paragon 4s for the GS4s, I knew that engine was gonna be popular. Especially when it came out with that Western Pacific scheme. Oh, that was so nice. That was a Train World exclusive. But man, that was a nice engine. I think that's going to be their standard. Oh, yeah. I think... I don't know if they'll do it for the Challenger. And the reason why I say that is because when BLI was talking, I can't remember, who's the guy? Curtis. He's a member of the social media team at BLI. When Curtis was talking about the exclusive engines for the VIP club, he mentioned that it was going to be a previous engine that they came out with in the Paragon 3. Those were going to be the target locomotives for the club, for the VIP Conductors Club. And so I don't know if these Challengers will have the same tooling to have the mounts for that stand. Because then I would imagine they would have to retool the Challenger to have that stand mount. So I would not be surprised if the Challengers don't have that stand mount because they're probably using older tooling from the Paragon 3 era, which didn't have it. That's my guess, but I'm not sure. So let's see. So Papa John, best month on your channel. You hit 17 new subs. Awesome. Congratulations, good sir. Yep, Papa John's in the business as well. You got the shorts. You got some things coming from your club. A lot of Railfanning. Seeing you from the... let's see here. I'll find some... There you go. There's that link. Yeah, you're... I'm looking at your Union Pacific, Lionel. Man, I am super jealous. Super jealous. Beautiful. Love it. Okay, let's see. True, finalists hope they don't use the crappy box they use for the FEF3s. So... Their new boxes are good. The GS4... Yeah. Their GS4 boxes are really good. I know the crappy boxes you're talking about. My Atlantic, I think, came in that box style, and I don't like it. But I love the over-the-top shell of the outer case. The clamshell, it's a new clamshell design where the sides come out. They're not attached to the actual top part of the clamshell. I think I like that better. For a clamshell design. And I love their stands. Like, the GS4, that Broadway Limited, is probably the best Steam product I've ever had. And that's high praise because the box is well thought out, the shell is well thought out, and the stand is well thought out to pair with that locomotive. Seen 2 heritages, you filmed it. Oh, but got messed up. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it could be better. Yeah, I agree. It could be better. But I think that GS4 packaging is the best. Yeah, because I'm just looking at it now. It's like, man, it's really freaking good. And I appreciate how BLI, their packaging doesn't have you required to disconnect the link between the boiler and the tender like Atherman does. That's my big appeal to BLI when the Paragon 4 came out. So I bought the Atlantic. It's kind of parked in the back here. I bought the Atlantic because I had the Paragon 4, and I really wanted to test the steam quality because I was getting ready to invest in this GS4. I wanted to make sure that my investment was going to be good. So got the Paragon 4 Atlantic SP Train World exclusive, and that was my best steamer last year. It ran well. The keep alive was fantastic on it. It never derailed on me. It was such a great steam engine for the chassis frame because it's like a 442. Yeah, it's a 442 Atlantic, and it ran so freaking well last year. And that's when I knew it was like, okay, let's start investing a little bit more into BLI and see what they got. So my next big purchase from them was the GS4s, and I haven't looked back. All my steam engines going forward are going to be BLI Paragon 4s. Unless if I can't get it from BLI, I'll get it elsewhere. You saw the Wabash and the Illinois Terminal Heritage units. Very nice. Very nice. Hey, at least you got to see it. GS4 box is the best you've ever seen. So glad BLI engines are coupled to tender out of the box. I hate putting the harness between the engine and tender. Yep, absolutely. That should be the standard for anything steam related. You should not have to disconnect the two. And I will pay a little bit more just to have that feature. I'm hoping Scale Trains follows BLI's example. Because it is definitely the way to go. All right, let's see here. Yeah. All right, let's do. Let us do. Get you guys on board and get the front view. And now I'll probably switch to the back here. I'm content. That's for sure. Definitely content on what's coming up. One of these days, I do need to get the Freedom Train GS4. I want to retire my Freedom Train from Bachmann. That's something that if I see it at a train show, I'm probably going to pick up. Probably going to pick it up. Let's see. So, I'm glad to think that only one that hates and thinks the standard for steam locomotives should have the engine and tender coupled to each other out of the box. Yeah, I agree. Do you feel the steam is coming back for time even Ilmar's left their steam for all diesel layouts? I think it comes in waves. So, it depends on the quality from what I've noticed. But I think we live... So I would say in the past, it depended on the quality of the product. At a time, we had a great quality product with Atherin, with all their steam engines that came out. And then diesels just got so much better. Scale Trains really led the way for diesels. When Scale Trains set the example for the details, for the rivet counting on all of their locomotives, we start to see a flood of diesels coming, especially modern. And you can blame Scale Trains for that. So... steam kind of went away for a little bit, and especially when the Paragon 3 came out for steam engines from BLI, I think that turned a lot of people off from steam. Because of just how bad that product was and how bad that decoder was, that it really alienated, I think, a lot of people from doing steam. But I think now with the Paragon 4, we're starting to see a lot of steamers come back. But I would say in this day and age, we're starting to see both diesel and steam get their resurgence. So, and that's why I think in this time frame, we're living in an iron age of model railroading, where we're seeing both great quality products for diesels and for steamers that we're starting to see a good variety of just consists in general. So, got Great Northern McCall River Rossi runs great. Awesome. Yep, BCA Parts, take it easy. You get some rest. You don't have to stay for the whole thing. I appreciate you being here. Yep, thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I think all the companies are doing great things. We need all these manufacturers because, again, the hobby is so big. I would even apply this rule to manufacturers that no one manufacturer can cover all aspects of this hobby. So we need scale trains. We need Athearn. We need Rapido. We need BLI. We need all these companies so that way us as consumers and customers, we can eat like a freaking fat pigs that we are. So I think we are eating well in this day and age of model railroading. I understand that the price has gone higher because of inflation and the cost of tooling and all these things, and pre-orders is a whole nother topic for another day. But I think as a result, we're starting to see so much good variety come out in the hobby. We're in a with such an, and I call it the Iron Age too because we're starting to see a lot of new manufacturers come online. Like, you know, Rapido's done some great things. Bowser, we've got, who else do we have? Aurora Miniatures. So we're doing pretty good. Welcome back, Mystic. Yeah, it is the greatest time to be in the hobby. Quality is so much better for everyone. Yeah, absolutely. And with the rise of 3D printing, that's the other aspect of this Iron Age for model railroading, is because we got so many new pop-up manufacturers that are doing so many great things in 3D printing. And if you guys don't know, I call it the Iron Age. I take that term from comics because comics books had this growth of like independent creators creating things in the comic book industry. They called it the Iron Age. I think we're in an Iron Age for model railroading today. And now that, you know, for as bad as COVID was, COVID really opened the eyes to the hobby. And now it has blown up. Like, look how many freaking streamers we have out there. How many YouTubers are out there showcasing the hobby. And again, I can't cover this whole freaking hobby. It's too big. So I'm biased NHO. I'm biased towards Union Pacific. So I will do my best. If you like a particular scale or a particular railway, I'll try to point you in other to other YouTubers. So that way you can get the most out of this hobby. Yep, huge variety too. Absolutely. And that's the thing is, we got old news stock from the past that we can convert into DCC in the present. And we have so many people showing how to do it. It is a great time to be in a hobby. Absolutely. Oh, Mystic. Your local roster. I just hope that BLI gives you the railways that you want. We got the GP30s for you. Now let's cross fingers that they have the railways that you want to. Yep. Oh, yeah, Emma Point. Mystic is also big into N-scale as well. Oh, and I think another... Yeah. My videos are high because he gotten... Yeah, just share it. Have fun with it. I'm a workaholic, so I do a lot on my channel. So. Oh my goodness, Papa John. That's amazing. That's amazing. So, speaking about train shows, my next train show is going to be the new Braunfels train show. I know we got a lot of people here in the local area. If you're going to the new Braunfels train show, I'll be going on the 20th, I believe. I think it's 20th and 21st. I'll be going Saturday morning. for that train show. So again, if you want to, meet me, if you want to talk trains, if you want to get a sticker from me, let me know. I'll be doing my normal walk around recording, and I'll get you a shout out and all that fun stuff. So just look for the guy with the backpack and the camera on it. Come on. Come on. You're still drowsy, aren't you? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's April 20 and 21st for New Braunfels. Or this is for the first train show. They got 2. No, this is not cooperating. That hurts, kitten. Ow. Yeah, so Saturday, April 20th, and Sunday, the 21st, is the train show for the spring. Awesome. Yeah, so I did, if you look at my past videos, especially my train show playlist, I recorded the New Braunfels train show, the Sandwich train show. I've got one from the NMRA from Dallas. That one's a 5-parter series. Did you get buy an FEF from the show? Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm not looking for anything in particular this time around from New Braunfels. Obviously, I'm biased towards Missouri Pacific. Oh, James, I don't know if you've been following some of my past videos, but last week was the week of coaches that was announced. If you didn't see, Rapido is coming out with their Missouri Pacific coaches again. I think it's called their Continental line. April 7th, April 8th, your birthday. Well, happy birthday. For the Eclipse show. So we get the Eclipse here on Monday in San Antonio. The northern part of the city is going to have the Eclipse. I'll probably be working. All right, take it easy, 611. Yep, I'll see you at Samra. I'll be there Sunday. I may run the Challenger. That's what I'm thinking. With my Bunami tender. That's what I'm thinking I may do. I want to run this train, but I've got the pizza wheels, unfortunately, which will make a lot of racket on the Samra layout, but... Yeah, I may run the Challenger. May actually run some freight cars, too. I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, New Braunfels on next month. And then I think I'm done for train shows for a while. Because I think the next one's going to be Temple in September. October is New Braunfels again. I think that should wrap up the train shows. Because I'm probably not going to do any train shows outside the state this year. I don't know. Still kind of debating on that one. A lot of locomotives to get this year. Alright, let's get you guys the rear camera here. Or that can just crash too. Okay, come on. Of course, the one camera that I need is now not cooperating. Alright, let's see how it is. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we got the Rapido E unit that's down below. Can't see the cab because of the camera angle, but you see the rest of the coaches there. Yes, Rapido coaches, you have the Rapido, Mopac Diner. My regret is that all Jinx Blue. I'm partial to blue and white scheme. I am too. When the train comes around on the left-hand side, you can see some of those River Rossi blue and whites. But I will still take the Jinx scheme. So I've got all of them on pre-order. So yeah, there's some of the blue and white that you can see on the shelf. You know, I'm kind of half tempted to actually bring out the MP Eagle with the Challenger at the club on Sunday. That's kind of tempting. That's kind of tempting, actually. Have to think about that. Gotta fix your brass train that you bought. Brass tender 4, nice. I was complaining about the price of gas. She replied, "You'll be stop buying trains, then you can afford gas." Marriage. Yep. I get that. There's a reason why all my hobby money goes to model railroading. Like I don't do gaming much anymore. I definitely don't do Pokemon trading card game anymore. Like that was my big addiction before I got back into model railroading. What I realized what I can do on this channel with model railroading, especially when the short features came out, it's like, nope, I need to switch back to this because I love this hobby. Trying to think if there's anything else like Mopac wise that's coming out. Yep. My wife has an allowance. I have an allowance. And I'm quickly spending that allowance on pre-orders. Because BLI just wants all my money. Yeah, it is super dark. Yep. It is. So what I'm going to do with my... So what I'm going to do is that for the Greater Mopac Railway, I'm going to have like an executive, like a really nice executive train. It's going to have those Jinx Blue from Rapido. My observation, I'll take the blue and white from that set, from the River Rossi, and the N car. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to put 3 Atherin cars. You know those Atherin fantasy scheme coaches that they announced? I'm going to mix the Atherin with the Jinx Blue to really kind of get some contrasting colors on the consist. So I think that'll look kind of cool. And that'll be kind of like, this is the executive train for the Greater Mopac Railway. Gotta hunt the deals on the gas and trains. Yep. I think, yeah, I appreciate that. I think it will too. It's gonna be quite interesting. And then I've already got my decals for the Missouri Pacific line, like steam engine tenders. I've got an Atherin Genesis tender that is non-decaled. I want to convert that into a Missouri Pacific Lines tender. And then that opens me up to that tender I can now use with either my Northerner, my Big Boy, or the Challenger. And so what will be kind of cool is that my 4019 and HO scale will have a Missouri Pacific Lines tender, and I think that'll be like the engine that pulls the executive suite. So I can see that forming in my head for at least when those cars come out. It loosens. Happy wife, happy life. That's all I gotta say. Gotta go to Columbus to buy the parts to fix some of your Atherin, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you gotta get those parts. Sometimes you save a lot of money by fixing up older locomotives. Alright, let's go to all the cameras. We do have our superintendent of the railway. We got Mary joining us. Poor thing she had to go to the vet today. She gets, we think she gets motion sickness, but she's doing fine now. So I'm trying to think how to say this. It's hit or miss because it depends on when they get the product. When it came to the GS4s, I got them fairly quickly, but when it came to the German diesel, it took a while to get here. Shipping prices like anything else. And obviously you're going to pay for taxes. So let's see. Let me check something. Let me look at my last in terms of price. Yeah, let me double check. Because to be honest, my pre-order comes in, I just pay for it and then just go. But let me check the prices. Let me double check. I think it was reasonable, but nothing can beat the. If price is really a big thing, Iron Planet Hobbies. I can't remember if the discount works on pre-orders, but Iron Planet Hobbies, you just can't beat it. It's just, I don't. It's a preference for me to go to Train World. I'll just leave it at that. But let me let me see something here real quick. Order confirmation. Check. No, I'm curious because now I need to. It's like, okay, wait a minute. I just gotta find it. Let's see. Oh, now I can't even find the stupid thing. I'll probably dig into it later. The first time. Yeah, I can't remember how, because I know I get hit with taxes. You're always going to get hit with tax depending on where you live. That's why I wish I was living like in Montana with no sales tax sometimes. So, you know, there's pros and cons to living in certain places. Because tax here is like 8%, which is gross, but I do get several layouts around me, so it's like give or take. shipped. They've got great customer service too. I had to do a few things with their customer service, and it was spot on. Yeah, I do like their customer service. Okay, let me go. And another thing that I like too is just their website. It used to be crap at first, but they finally fixed all their stuff with it. And now, one of my biggest complaints about the website was that when I pre-order something, I couldn't see what I pre-ordered. Now they have a whole section that's dedicated to pre-orders on your account. So now I can see exactly, and when it's going to come out too. So I like their usability. Let's see. This is what I want to see when it comes to their website. So the shipping was only, so for my steam locomotive, it was only $13 for shipping. Taxes were fucking killed me. So yeah, for my Pico diesel, it was $13 in shipping and then $28 in tax. But yeah, I'm not gonna touch that subject. And then let me take a look at my GS4s. So yeah, my GS4s, because it was two of them, it came out to $26 in shipping. But that's because 13 for two, and you know, it's because of the weight. They are big boxes and so forth. So I understand why the shipping. So that's another thing too. The price is a little bit dependent on just how big the order is going to be. I mean, that's kind of obvious. So obviously, if you get more things, it's going to go up in price. But the standard rate is 13 unless they have to go to like a bigger box. And what I like about them too is that I don't think they use USPS. I think they use UPS. And every time I ordered something from Train World, it gets delivered right to my front door. And then tax killed me. That tax killed me on that one. Almost $100 in tax. Ugh. Yeah. There are times that Montana non-sales tax is nice. So I used to live in Montana, and not having sales tax was so nice. So yeah. And what's cool about Trainwell too is that they let you know, they give you a tracking number, but then they let you know, they give you an email of when it's delivered. So they send you an email when it's sent. They'll send you an email when it's arrived. So if a package hasn't arrived, but you get an email saying it's arrived, then you need to call Trainwell to figure out what's going on. So it's just a lot of convenience things that I like that Trainwell does. So, yeah, so you never had a problem. Really good. Get an email when you list of sales. Great deal. Lombard Harveys too. Yeah, and and Lombard again. Figure out again. It goes like with everything else in this hobby. Figure out what works best for you, and then go from there. You may have one of these stores that you can get a better deal if they're near you. I don't go through my local hobby store because they always charge full MSRP and not sales price. So that's why I go through Trainwell, because I get that sales price. So yeah, you got Hiawatha Hobbies. I think that's up north, Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, right? Is that where Hiawatha Hobbies is? So yeah, if you live by either Trainwell, Lombard Hobbies, and that's another thing about it too, is that the shipping could vary if you go through a hobby store, even through online that's closer to you. I've debated about Lombard Hobbies because they're a little bit closer than Train World, because Train World is in New York. But I feel like but I'm kind of dedicated to Train World. Again, hashtag not sponsored. Definitely not sponsored. No one sponsors me. But yeah, I go through Train World. That's just what I go through. Let's see. Lombard. Yeah. So you got Bowser RS3 DC with sound for 200 on the email list sale. You got lucky. Oh, nice. So considering that you're a Mopac, you probably have the 999 and the 996. So I got my Bowser RS3 in Mopac 999. And I love that little diesel. Oh, speaking of the RS3, speaking of that little diesel, I've got some feedback on that little thing. It's got great sound. It doesn't have a keep alive. That's my first complaint. My second complaint didn't show itself until I went to a layout that had inclines, especially ones that are a little bit beyond 1%. So it does fine on 1% grades. When you go past 1%, that thing complains like a little bee. So here's some things that I found out about that RS3. If you go anything past 1%, let's say 2%, 2.5, even 1.5, it starts to struggle up those inclines. Especially if you go long hood forward on the RS3 from Bowser. What I've discovered is that all of the weight, majority of the weight, is in the cab of where it's located. So the trucks of that RS3 is light. So when you go over switches, especially going uphill, it'll derail. And it'll derail everywhere. I learned that the hard way. When I was going up the inclines over at Amory with the RS3 going long hood forward, that was the worst possible thing I could have done because there's no weight on that long hood side on that truck to keep them on the track. Yeah, so if you have a layout like this, the RS3 is a beauty of a diesel because it's a perfect switcher. It's a perfect ops. When it comes to operations, it's gonna be a nice little diesel. But again, since it doesn't have the keep alive, it's not a deal breaker. But man, I prefer having keep alives in my engines nowadays because it does stall. It does stall at Samurai because there's some dead spots, but it stalls, but then is able to get past it. Yeah, let me show you. I did a video on the RS3, my unboxing first run. Oh, another thing I can't stand from Bowser is their stands. You gotta have a screwdriver to freaking unmount and mount them on their stands. That drives me nuts. I don't want to have to bring additional tools just to get the stupid engine off the stand. And with Bowser, there's so many fine pieces to that RS3. Don't get me wrong, it's a gorgeous model. But I can't put that in a different container because I'm afraid I'm going to break a detail on it. Let me see if I can find that RS3 video. Here it is. Alright, so this was my unboxing and first run of that RS3. Yeah. So yeah, just be careful when going up hills, long hood forward. Because that was not a fun experience. Not a fun experience at all. And I actually kind of yeah, I think I've captured that on one of my camera train runs. I'm probably going to leave it in. But, I don't know. We'll see. Alright, since I'm here at Train World, what freaking pre-orders do I have again? I know the Shark Noses are coming in soon. Let's see. So I just ordered the Christmas Train 5 heavyweight car. And again, this may seem expensive to you guys, but the thing is, I have all of my budget. I plan this out. Obviously, I budget. I plan for all of this, so it won't hit me all at once. So we've got the Christmas Train 5 passenger cars from BLI that I got ordered. I've got the Air Force Fantasy Scheme GP30 in HO scale that's coming. The Jinx Blue from Rapido. I've got one of all those coaches. That one's going to hurt, but well worth it. The Athearn Pullman cars. So I got 3 of those coming. Chicago Northwestern from Athearn. The GP18. The EMD Rio Grande from Rapido Bumblebee. The Black Widow version of it, and the Chicago Northwestern. The MKD from Rapido, GP40 and Slug. Again, these are things that are not coming out like next year and the year after. So this is well spread out. Thanks for the info. It's only battles that you own. Yep. Okay. Might be letting go of your RS3 PR DC non-sound N scale. You can gift it to me. Do the same. Yeah, save for the things in years in advance. Yep. And now that I know what my railway is kind of going to be, I can start to focus on those a lot more. A bunch of cabooses. Yep. So the Shay is something that's kind of out there. So I'm getting the 4-truck Shay from BLI. I'm getting the unlettered painted black only because I'm going to convert that one into Missouri Pacific. I was going to convert that into Union Pacific, but that one's going to be a Mopac because I want to do an excursion train with that one. And not like the typical excursions like this one. I'm talking about like the open bay car type of excursions. We got the Shark Noses coming in. That's going to be my next big bill. I've got the... Oh, here's another one that's coming out, James. The Rapido PA2s. I've got the Missouri Pacific and those ones as well. I ordered 2 of them because they don't have the A and B unit for the PAs. So I'm just going to go I'm going to do an AA unit. And that will also pull my executive Mopac train as well. So that's something else to keep on the radar. And I'm also getting the PAs in the MKD scheme. BLI, the Texas Special I'll be getting. This one I may end up canceling. I've got 2 Walthers -8, the Amtrak paint scheme for the -8. I think I'm going to cancel those ones. I think that was more of a impulse pre-order. So I saw those like, yes, I want those. Because I've always wanted the Phase 3 -8s, but I think I'm going to cancel that one. Because I can put that money elsewhere. But yeah, that's all the pre-orders that I have right now. Just those ones. But you only ordered one. Gotcha. It was one of those that I couldn't order just one because it wouldn't look right for me. I wish they had the A and B. I don't understand why Rapido did it that way. Yeah, the PA, yeah. Cool. You're building a caboose display for about 40 cabooses. Oh yeah, and Papa John, I've got some more of those 3D printed parts I'll send you. I'm just trying to find a time to freaking send it. But yeah, I've got more of those, and that'll probably be the last bunch that I push towards your direction for a while. But yeah, I have like a whole bag full of them. I gotta get sent to you. Yeah. There's a reason why we call Papa John the collector of the family. He is the collector in the Icey family. Mystic's got the Mystic powder that converts a lot of my fantasy items on the railway. So, I should probably talk to that. So, this layout, it's primarily for fun runs, for railfanning, but I can also turn this layout into operations. I've got cards, and I do have industries on this layout. And so kind of the theme, this is called Iceyville when I turn this into an operations setting. But the whole theme of Iceyville is that we take items and convert them into fantasy objects. So we import Mystic Powder from Mystic Railroad, and we convert that to things like dinosaurs, to dragon eggs. We have a lot of fun on these cards. So that's what I use for my ops. And we go ham on it. That was kind of on display on my Christmas live stream 3 months back. We had a Christmas Day live stream where I did some ops on it. April 8th. Yeah. The Caboose King. He's a collector. The Collector King at that point. That's great. But yeah, I'm happy for you, Mystic. BLI is coming through for you as well. Because who knows when Scale Train is going to get their GP30s and N scale. Like, Scale Trains, what you doing over there? I got to poke him with the stick. Are you okay? Are you still alive over there? But I'm pretty sure Scale Trains will have their next big announcement at the Rocky Mountain Train Show. That's my guess. Because they like to announce things at train shows. So that'll be my guess. They'll probably have a sample of the J1 or the J class. That's gonna be my guess. Is that their big announcement is gonna be that J class locomotive. They'll probably have a sample of it at the Rocky Mountain Train Show. So yeah, that'll be our next wave of news. Is my guess. Oh my god. Only 400. That's probably the size of my entire collection. Just in like freight cars and coaches combined. That's awesome. I bow down. That's great. So Mopac only ran the 1 PA on the Texas Passion train, which is why it had reason to save money. I do have a PA E8 Constance picture to Mopac's path. Man, I want an E8 Mopac so badly. Like, Rapido. You have E8s. You have the Mopac coaches. Why? We need the Mopac E8s. I don't want to try to find the Proto 2000 ones. They are hard to find. And I'm worried about gears. It's slow moving and moving, but moving in the right direction. That's a fair statement. Yeah, that's a fair statement. I understand that scale trains, they want to get it right. They are, for lack of a better phrase, a rivet counter type of company. They look at every detail imaginable. And when they come out, you can't complain. They do it fairly well. I want them to succeed. I have this love-hate relationship with scale trains. I want them to succeed, but man, they are. Sometimes they focus too much on the details. I guess is the best way I can say it. But yeah, train about cigars last night. All right, Emma Point, take it easy. Yep, I know. This is one of those live streams that you guys are just motivating me to keep going. So this may be the first. What is it? Man, we're almost getting to midnight. 8, 9, 10, 10, 12, 11, 12. This is going to be the first 4 hour probably of the new year. I think I can go to 4 hours. Absolutely hard to paint the blue. Yeah, and put the bus out decal on it. Yep. Yeah. And what's crazy is that, Asamra, they model the Texas area, and they've got those Mopac E8 diesels, but they're not great runners because they're old. So it's like, man, Rapido, you guys can do it. You got these wonderful E8s, and imagine if they can get that paint scheme. Yeah. But yeah, I am definitely a huge Mopac fan. I love Missouri Pacific. And well, actually, let me rephrase. I do have the E8s, but they're in Concours. And I ran into, well, what's the issue I ran into? Concord and Riverossi have the same problem when it comes to trying to convert them to... Is it Concord or was it Riverossi? Oh, man, I gotta get those. Hang on. I think it's Riverossi now. I think about it. They're Concord. Okay. You start collecting the HO slot cars again? Nice. So Tycho, what were some of the other ones? Let's see, just me. Alright, so these are the guys that got me hooked on Mopac. You can blame these two engines right here for me getting into Mopac. These are the granddaddies. Now, I can't remember... Oh, yeah, so they say Concord, but they say Riverossi on the bottom. I don't know. So, these are Riverossis in a Concord box. Tell me how that makes sense. But yeah, Concord, E8s, Missouri Pacific, 900. Yeah, so... Huh. So yeah, these are the E8s, but I think the problem with these... Man, I need to open one up because there was an issue with these Riverossi E8s for me to convert them into DCC. I just can't remember what that was. It had to do with these motors. There was something with the motors. Auto roll, yeah. There was something about... Because I opened one of these up. Yeah, there was something about these Riverossi E8s that when I opened one up... Yeah, they did. I think that's what it was. They merged. There was something when I went to... Yeah, I saw your Riverossi shelf. Oh, I was jealous. I was jealous. I love Riverossi. I really do. But dang it, I can't remember. There was something about these motors. I can't remember. That is going to bug me. Yeah, because when I was looking at the wiring for the motors and everything, and then when I realized the issue that I saw, I realized that there was no way I can convert any of my Riverossi E8s to DCC. And it had to do with something with the motor. And I can't remember for the life of me. So they're going to be shelf queens. So that's why I tend to stay away from E8s, E8 Riverossis. But I just can't remember. I'll just need a dedicated DC layout. And it's a shame too, cause like I've got the Orient Express in the E8s. I've got the UP E8s. I need to open it. I need to open it up. This is gonna drive me nuts. Hang on. E8 Protos. Those are good. All right. I hate that, and that's why I am definitely in my lore of the channel. We're gonna bring Mopac back. We're gonna bring it back. All right, I'll be right back. All right, let's do this. All right, let's see. What was the reasoning why I can't convert these to DCC? Well, for one, that's not cooperating. Okay, that's not wanting to cooperate. Try a different one. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, James, that's yeah, I tend to talk about that a lot too. It's like there's Mopac heritage units if you know where to look. So if you look, and you know this, you look underneath the cab and you see the C, E and I, and the TP. What I was thinking about doing, so in my world, in the channel lore, I'm probably gonna do the same thing. So like I was talking about last week that in my world, Mopac bought MKD, so I'm gonna take the MKD logo and put it right where you will see a TP and a C, E, and I. All right, so I've got this thing opened, so we can see the motors right there, and then we got all the wiring. I still can't remember why I can't use this. I should be able to convert this. What was I thinking? It's gonna drive me nuts now. Oh, that's what it was. I gotta figure out how to explain this because I think I remember. I think I remember what it was. The best way I can just explain the motor design on this, it's the pickups. I don't know how I can show you this. Let me attempt to see if I can show you this. Cause it's not easy to show you. Isolator, isolator, isolator. Let me think for a second. Pickup. That's to the motor. The pickups are part of the motor themselves. Which is why it's a problem. I have to dig more into this because I think the original problem I was having with this motor is that this entire frame is integrated along with, there's no wire for the pickups. It's all in frame inside the motor with, you can see like some, let me get you a different camera, hang on. This one, okay. See if I can explain this. Okay. Try not to make you guys sick here. Okay. Come on, focus. So we got our wires here that goes to the motor. The problem is you can't see any of the wires for the pickups. And I think our pickup point is actually kind of right here. This is a piece of the metal. Yeah, this is not focusing. I think the problem with this, trying to convert it to DCC, is that this motor and its pickups from the trucks are all one internal system, is the best way I can describe it. And so trying to find the pickup points to connect it to DCC for A and B is going to be a nightmare because I think I would have to open this motor up, and this is one of those that's kind of, the levers are on either side that you got to bend up, and they're not easy to take apart. So I think it was because of that I deemed that the E8 River Aussies is almost unconvertible just because of that frame. Because the entire motor and this chassis, and I could be wrong about this, so all of this is one unit. So even trying to remotor it is going to be a headache, even if I tried. Because it's such a unique design from River Aussie that I just don't think it's really going, at this point, for the amount of work you would do on this, it's just worth taking like a Pro 2000 undecorated and converting that one and painting and all that, trying to deal with this type of chassis system. So yeah, it was because of the pickup points of the way this is all designed that I pretty much said nope. This will probably be the one that I do not attempt to convert. So, sorry, a little bit of a rabbit hole in that one, but so I've learned to just to start staying away from the Riverossi E8s. Because I just don't want to mess around with opening up a motor. So, until we probably get like a DC layout, these will probably just end up being shelf queens for the time being. Oh yeah, they're definitely, if you have a layout that can convert from DC to DCC, yeah, these are still great. I remember oh great, now I jam this thing. No, fucking screws everywhere. But yeah, in the world of DC, they're great. They are absolutely great. See, Monopower made some also, and Tycho, nice. Yeah, it's just really a shame because there's so much of these E8s out there. But it also kind of has me motivated just to get my my Bachmann Easy Track system and just put it on the floor so I can just run, you know, diesels like this. Oh, so you had a model power kit when you were a kid, one loop around track, and they were dead. Ah, sorry to hear that. But yeah, these are still just a display. Still gorgeous. And these are the two engines that got me into Mopac. Because once I found this out and I found the matching coaches, it was game over. And then I started learning more about Missouri Pacific. It's like, oh crap, they were bought by Union Pacific. That's perfect. As Bob Ross would say, happy little accident. Yeah. Yeah, they'll be shelf queens. But, you know, hopefully in due time, I suspect Rapido will probably be the ones that will come out with those in the next generation. Yeah. Yeah, sucker. They run great. Yep. All right, let's see here. This little challenge is doing really well. I think I've had it running for 6 hours now. Almost coming up on 6 hours. She's still chugging along. And you got the model power shark noses too. Nice. Let's take you guys to the. Let's take you to the 4 camera view here. Yeah, I'm excited to get those shark noses in. Very excited. Yeah, those models trip me up from time to time. So yeah, they did a I have 2 diesels that are like that. They have the UP yellow with the Mopac lettering. And for a limited time, when they announced the merger, they were celebrating their new boss, basically. I want to say overlord, but they basically, in celebration, they had this special train where one side was the Mopac blue, and the other diesel was the UP, but in Mopac lettering to celebrate the merger. And it had like an excursion train in the middle, which was pretty cool. Monopower Shark Nose, NA and B. Nice. Yeah, I had to put a pause on the N-scale stuff for right now. The big thing about it, I've got the T-Track set up, but unfortunately, the rooms I was going to put N-scale in, life kind of happened, and so N-scale kind of got booted. I'll just leave it at that. So I'm trying to find a new home for the N-scale T-Track modulars. They're homeless right now. So that's kind of why there's been no N-scale stuff. I'm trying to figure it out. Not sure yet what I want to do. Uh-huh. I know, Mystic. uh. Oh, wow. Wow. Let me see if I can share this. Yeah. So remember that first module I showed you from Elmendorf for HO scale? One of our club members has been working on it. Yeah, okay. Make sure I don't dox myself here. So this is a continuation of it. They're working on it right now. Look at this bridge. Coming soon to a short near you. We've got another a modular bridge right here. Oh, that looks amazing. Now you want N scale kata. Okay, Mystic, take it easy. Yeah, I'm happy for you, man. And that's the great thing about this hobby. I know I don't share a lot of N scale news, but considering what BLI announced, it's like, yeah, I figured. I figured. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do tomorrow is I wasn't planning on going to Elmendorf tomorrow, but considering how many modulars are actually going up, I'm probably going to head out there, take some video. Because I think it's time to start getting some Elmendorf content going. And that'll be club number 3. Considering that these modulars are going up quickly. It's only a matter of time before they start getting trains running. Simply amazing. But yeah, it is a great time to be in this hobby. The technology has come a long ways. Okay, Papa John, sounds good. Are you headed out as well? You gotta fix your brass and post short if it works. Awesome. Yeah, I'm getting more and more comfortable with installing the ECC. I've got my brass coal turbine that I need to convert over. I'm hoping I don't have to do a remotor, but we'll see. But I need to get that gas turbine out and then get that converted. But I'm still kind of waiting on one more important piece, which is that Bunami 21-pin decoder. That's kind of like the last piece of the puzzle. Apologize too if there's some music coming through the mic. Someone's playing some very loud music in our neighborhood. I don't think the mic is picking it up though. Alright, let's do some more railfanning shots here. Let's do... This one's coming up. This is probably my most scenic shot of the layout. I'm hoping to someday to get some more scenery backgrounds in place. But I've been procrastinating on it. Alright. We haven't done this one in a while. Get that Challenger with that SD40-2 Mopac there. Oh no, that's not the, that's my GP40 actually. Coming right along. Yeah, I've been wondering when. I don't know. That's the thing. Because manufacturers want to keep their costs down. And Bonami is quite expensive. I think once the technology gets a little cheaper to manufacture, then yeah, we could probably see that leap. Because we've seen it once. And that's when Bonami was originally called Blue Rail. And Blue Rail was actually installed in, of all companies, Bachmann. Bachmann was actually the first company to really dive into the Bluetooth system in HO scale. I actually have 2 of those locomotives still. And that was actually my first DCC locomotive too. Well, not necessarily DCC, but just can run on a DCC layout. It was my Western Pacific Bachmann Blue Rail diesel. And you can run it from the phone. But it wasn't compatible with like any other DCC system. And so when I heard that Blue Rail was bought by Bonami, or Soundtracks, and they were going to make the Bonami decoder, man, I was celebrating. But I think there will be a time that will be, you know, Bluetooth will be the standard for all companies. It's just going to come down to the cost-benefit analysis, if that's actually going to happen. Who knows? Who knows? Alright, we'll get through Harbor Points here. This is another module, another project I gotta work on. We'll get there eventually. Let's see. What else do we got here? AI will run it all soon. To be honest, the technology that we have today can still run it all. You just gotta program it. And to be honest, I wouldn't mind AI in JMRI. Like, if I can tell a prompt to say, hey, please run Union Pacific from this staging to this staging to do automation like that, I would love... AI would be good for me to automatically program what I want a steam engine to do. So that way I don't have to, like, program it myself in JMRI. I would not be opposed to that at all. Or imagine, AI in JMRI is like, hey, keep speed match these two locomotives. If you have like some sort of, you need like a sensor based to compare the two, and an AI can speed match the two locomotives automatically. But I think we're at least, I don't know, decades away from that happening. I don't see AI being incorporated in JMRI anytime soon. That may be famous last words, but we'll see. But I'm not opposed to it, though. Yeah. In a way, I'm trying to think if we can do that now. Because Google turns on my layout. I've got everything connected to Google via the layout and say, hey, Google, turn on whatever. So I've gotten to that point. But Google cannot interact, obviously, with like JMRI or anything like that. But yeah, that's interesting. Do a voice command. Instead of having a throttle, just do it by voice command. Controlled by AI. Yeah, you may be onto something with that, actually. That could be the next big evolutionary step. Realistic evolutionary step. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. That actually makes for a good video essay, too. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to give the yellow light to our challenger here, indicating we're going to take one more lap around it. And I think let's get on board. For this last lap. It's amazing what you can do with just a simple circle. I know not a lot of people are fans of going around in circles, but I'm that crazy person that, I grew up with the train going around the Christmas tree. And this is just a big boy version of it. Here comes that Atlantic that I was talking about. The SP Atlantic. Getting a hankering to run that steam engine again. But I need to convert my Riverossi daylight coaches over. That's another big project I want to get done. Start running a daylight train. A proper daylight train. Alright, we're going to go ahead and turn on the red signal here. And as our locomotives come into view, in front of our two legendary locomotives here of the Big Boy and Northerner. We will go ahead and bring these to a stop. All right. So there we have it. There's our challenger. That concludes the A Challenger is Approaching stream. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I greatly appreciate it. Yep, definitely happy Easter to everyone. Definitely enjoy it with friends, family, and loved ones. Thank you guys so much for coming out on this stream. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. We're approaching that 5,500 subscriber mark. Absolutely crazy, insane that 5,500 members strong in this Icey family. But again, thank you guys so much, and have a good night.